centered reasonably well. This light steer needs a little better. There we go. Not too bad. All righty. Hey, Graham, how's it going? Let's see. It must be fairly early over in Australia right now, I would think. What is it, about 6, 7 in the morning? Just guessing here. Yeah, Chris. There was a little power fluctuation. Hi, John. Um, and the printer reset itself. So I didn't know whether or not I'd lost the link. As a matter of fact, apparently I had, but it managed to reset itself. So that's good. Anyhow, weather has been less than ideal up here lately. Uh, it's actually really similar to what Tucson is in July and August, except a lot cooler in term. Yeah, I was afraid of that, Chris. Uh, but we've been getting these afternoon thunderstorms, and it seems like kind of no matter what direction they're coming from, they're hitting Helena. We've had, hey Jeff, how's it going? Don't be surprised if you see a lot of water uh, changes when you get back. It's been we've had almost a week of afternoon thunderstorms that have been pretty intense. Things like 2 to 4 inches of rain per hour. Um, these you got any flood warnings right now, little one?
Let me see.
Typically, we have flash flood warnings like every afternoon for the
We
last
have a
week.
severe warning alert that should be coming off here in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
Portions of southwest and west central Montana, including Lewis and Clark, flood advisory in effect
Flood
until
advisory.
8:30 p.m. Not a warning, an advisory.
Yeah, I say it's been going crazy. No rain and 95 degrees in Florida. Okay, that would be like 95 degrees and 99% humidity would be my guess.
Well, there's no more rain coming our way tonight, according to this.
You guys are surrounded by ocean over there.
Bozeman's going to get hit with a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah. Um, Tomorrow and Wednesday, it currently says sunny. Now, the rain, while undesirable out in the field, since it usually doesn't last more than an hour or so, like last fall, we handled it several times. You just, go back to the camper and hang out, take a nap, whatever. Unfortunately, the problem here is um, the Stutenroth mill. Yeah, I know. I don't have the time or the money to do that, Chris. Then I start needing entirely different equipment to handle wet material. And that, yeah, while it would certainly do it, I say again, it's like, okay, let's take another month and $5,000 and make another modification. 10 a.m., huh? Okay, well, that's not too bad. Um, the If I can just get a little sunshine for a day, I can dry stuff. I can sun dry stuff pretty well. But the problem that I have with the Stutenroth is that if here's the mill, the inlet's here, the outlet's here, and because now my mill, I feed the ore in near the axis of rotation. And then I use the air that's blown out by centrifugal effect to transfer and classify the crushed rock. The Stutenroth is not built that way. It has a slope like this, and then it has another one like this to try and keep any direct missiles from coming up out of here. The problem is this area in here can pack with damp material fairly easily. And for some reason, when you got, I don't know, 100, 150 pound rotor spinning at 2000 RPM in here, you don't want to just start jamming a bar down there to clean it out. Plus, even my hopper, because I've got a vibratory feeder here with a hopper, even this hopper is plugging up to where I'm constantly having to loosen it up just to get it to flow. Real pain in the butt. It's not going to keep up, Chris. This is, first of all, exceptionally wet for this time of year. And even this time of year typically will end around July 1st, 4th of July, around there. That's usually when this rainy sort of stuff stops. So it's nothing. I agree with you. It would work. And, what Lauren suggested, we do have a cement mixer. And what he said works good is when you turn the cement mixer on, you throw some stuff, and then you just take a weed burner torch and direct the flame inside. And he says it'll dry out a batch pretty quickly. Now, I haven't tried it yet because I didn't have a weed burner torch handy. And, but he says that will do a pretty good job of drying the end. Hi, Lars. I was considering trying that this weekend, but some other stuff kind of got in the way. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. With any luck, I've done it in the past. I'll go out there on the stockpile pad. No, I didn't ask YouTube on that one, Kodak. I'm not sure how to do that. Chris, you have any idea? Apparently Kodak can't comment now on anything. But anyhow, so what I do is I've got an area, I don't know, 8 by 12 feet. And so what I do, if you got a sunny day with a little bit of a breeze, I just take this area and cover it with ore. And then I take a scraper, and on a regular basis, I just take that very thin top layer and scrape it up into a pile. And I work off of that pile. And by the time I've gone through that, this dry is down here a little bit more, and I can scrape that. And it's dry enough to work. It's just been kind of a number of things that have just made it a bit difficult. Now, plan is again tomorrow to go out there and try and finish this batch. We got 550 pounds in the tank on Friday, and I just got tired of sitting there feeding that the hopper itself. I finally just got tired, so I went and did some other stuff at the mill there. Should have a good day tomorrow, so hopefully we'll get that tank filled. Then, not sure exactly what the plan should be, because we need to get up to top of the hill. So we might take a trip. When's your appointment, little one? She said appointment Thursday, 1 p.m. We could theoretically go up top of the hill and camp out overnight and come back the next morning. You should have plenty of time. But we could go up to top of the hill like Wednesday and do a initial survey, so to speak. Just get an idea of, and one thing we have to do initially is find the corner points and stuff like that. Now I have the calculated GPS coordinates of those claim corners and such. Theoretically, there's probably monuments there. Okay. These are all patented claims, so theoretically there's a significant monument there. Well, that adit doesn't go through, Chris. That's a problem with that. The adit itself goes in a little bit on the outside and a little bit on the inside. It was never connected through. And I'm just going from memory here, but if I recollect, there should be about 25 feet of rock between the portal, the initial portal on the outside, and the little bit of crosscut that they worked from the inside at the 40-foot level. I haven't run a high precision elevation check and to see how the grade works out. Good question, Chris. And I also have not verified that it's that they're pointed in the right direction. It is my assumption, and probably a pretty good one, that they were working that perpendicular vein, the crack that the perpendicular vein was in. And so theoretically, I should be able to follow that crack on through, but I would have to move a fair amount of material. Let's say I have to drive 20 feet of drift to bust that through. It's untenderized rock. It's rock in its original form, Jeff. So we would literally have to tunnel through it. Now, is it possible? Certainly. Would it be relatively efficient? Don't know. Some of that's fairly close to the surface, so there's a certain amount of weathering there that'll be helpful. If we're not running into a lot of quartz, shouldn't be too much. We got the Sierra Blaster to take out hard spots, things like that. I have a prop where I can set the Hilti on it so I can drive it in. And I agree, Chris. Right now, what I plan on doing is continue sinking the slice off of the middle decline to get to the 40-foot level. That would be the same level that tunnel comes in from the outside. I called it the 40-foot level because in the lower decline, it was 45 linear feet down the decline, and like that. In terms of, is it rock or ore? In other words, is there values there? At both ends, there's not much value. Impossible to tell what's between them, but there are no indications of width and grade at either end of that. Otherwise, my presumption is, had they found those indications, they would have taken the tunnel through. Okay. I think that was probably one of those things where I said, well, why don't we see what happens? It would be a lot easier if we could go through here. And they started this way. It's like, no, nothing here. And so they just, stopped. For all we know, there's a huge pocket of near solid gold in there, but it's unlikely. I would say the odds are way better than 50-50 that we would not have much in the way of mineable values between point A and point B. Okay. That's my belief. Okay. It's a belief. It's not proven in any way, shape, or form. But say the plan right now is to continue sinking. Well, actually, next trip, will be try and knock down that high grade dump to where we can screen it. The hillside is steep enough, it should pretty much flow, which means I'm going to have to be roped up to keep from slipping and falling and stuff. It should be fairly easy. On a slope like that, I should be able to stand and work and move pretty comfortably as long as I've got a good anchor and stuff, which I have. There's a big 3-inch piece of pipe there. Yep. And so I could rope off to that, knock stuff down. Shouldn't be a problem. And so the idea is the next trip is to knock that high grade dump down, screen it. And again, that gives us plenty of ore right quick. We also say we need a preliminary trip up to, yeah, that'd be close enough, John. But we also need a quick trip up to top of the hill. For a number of reasons, it would be kind of better to switch back to our previous schedule of leaving on Friday, getting back on Mondays. Okay. And so that's what I need to, that's why I'm thinking of a quick trip up to top of the hill to do a survey. The only reason we couldn't spend 2 days, Eva has an appointment at 1 in the afternoon. The time, I would say we probably need to leave by like 10 in the morning. Would you agree with that, little one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. So we could spend the night there. You know, we could work. Right now it's twilight till like 9:30 in the afternoon.
Well, we were actually looking at going over the weekend.
Yeah, but then that's another week we don't go mining.
Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like, it'd be nice to get some more ore too. So say we're not going to spend a whole week, another 3 or 4 day trip up there, first trip in all likelihood. We're going to do an initial survey, initial establishing of survey points, get an idea where the points of interest are, what access there is. We still don't have the RC46 available, so that would mean that we couldn't process rock samples.
Good Lord.
Up on the mountain, although we could process soil samples.
That is ridiculous.
And we'll probably do some of that. But I say there's plenty of things to do. If it hadn't been for the rain, things would be a little further along, but it's not horrible. Plus, if we'd been up on top of the hill these last few days, I have no idea what kind of storms we'd have been dealing with.
By the way, in sports news,
yes.
This is just so bizarre, I have to interrupt here. In Ireland, a trans-identified male takes a massive lead ahead of females in the ultra-distance cycling challenge.
Yeah.
This dude is one of 13 participants listed in the women's category.
Yeah.
He's currently 300 kilometers ahead of the first natural-born female.
That's a pretty commanding
At the time
lead.
of this writing, he's already covered 1,767 kilometers of the 2,500 kilometer challenge.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And he's currently 4th among all the challengers.
Mining show.
Yeah.
Okay, how's the Bago running? Seems to be doing just fine. The last trip out there, we found out the deep cycle battery wasn't working, so we've replaced that. And we had a flat on the right front tire, but we pumped it up out there. We had a little electric pump, and it seems to be holding air. My assumption is, first of all, before we headed up there, I stopped at the local tire shop and had them check and adjust my air pressures up to max. That tire did not have a cap on it. Okay. And so I agree with you, Chris. Took it out there. The next morning, it's flat. Okay. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 36 hours at most since it had been aired up. I aired it up to a lower pressure with the electric pump, and it's still got air in it. Okay, clearly the leak is nowhere near what it was there. My guess is that, it didn't have a valve stem, so he airs it up, and there's a leak at the valve. And now that I've done it, the leak is, of course, I put a little saliva in there and check it, and it hasn't been leaking. But yeah, aside from that, everything seems to run well. The engine itself, first of all, the drivetrain vibration is gone. Assumption is it was probably in that area where the transfer case couples to the transmission, since they pulled that apart, replaced the broken bolt, and put it back together again, and now it's gone. We didn't do anything else to any of the rest of the drivetrain. There's a particular grade that we drive. If you're from around here, hey, Scotty, from Townsend to Winston on Highway 12 is a steady uphill grade. And in last season, we were getting really hot, dangerously hot by the time we got to the top of that grade, and we had slowed down some. Even though the truck doesn't have the spunk it used to have, accelerating off of a stop. When we took that grade this time with a full load, the trailer was loaded and the whole 9 yards, so we're apples to apples here. The temperature barely exceeded 200 degrees, and the engine itself wasn't even running on the secondaries. I was still in third gear, and the secondaries weren't even open, and it was still holding speed. Now, mind you, we only travel at about 60, 65 miles an hour. But that's that's better than it was doing by a significant amount. And certainly the temperature is now well within comfortable ranges. We're not having to worry about the, how do we keep it from getting any hotter sort of shit. So fantastic. Jeff, swinging trays work fine. However, when you've got damp material, the bouncing it up and down seems to work better than shaking it back and forth. I do have a lighter hammer. It just wasn't convenient at the time. Okay. The 2-pound hammer is a little heavy, fortunately. A good one. What I was using last year was my hard rock hammer, which is at the bottom of Montana B on the other side of the carriage. And it's like, nah, because there's not enough room or stuff to safely climb around the carriage. I would have had to set up my rappelling gear. So I might do it next trip since I'll have the rappelling gear out. But yeah, I'd like to have that hammer on the truck instead of down in the bottom of the hole. And that worked real well last year. The 2-pound hammer is too heavy. Okay, it is not ideal. So I would agree with your judgment there, Jeff. Yes, it was too heavy. Magnet fishing, I don't have a magnet. Besides, everything's steel down there. I got steel ladder tracks. As I say, it's just that the clearance on the back is not that high. That carriage, because it's going down at a 60-degree angle, it doesn't take much of this to give you plenty of this. And so I say it's just, it wasn't a big deal. I can certainly do it if needed. We were also kind of trying to head out quickly last time because predicted rain the next day, and we wanted to get the ore back and tarped. Otherwise, we would have stayed another day just to. Every year, you're supposed to check all your corner stakes, make sure your paperwork is in the document holders on your discovery stake, things like that. So that was our plan for Thursday last week. Was wow, we're way ahead of schedule. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way. And oh, I've also got a 2-pound hammer in the bottom of another decline about 1,300 feet away, where I was taking a sample, lost my grip, it went down to the bottom, and due to a number of circumstances, I didn't feel it was safe for me to proceed alone at that time, and figured it's gonna, you know, I think it actually had a lanyard on it. I didn't have it on my wrist, Chris. Yeah, I do have lanyards on them. I just drill a hole in the end of the handle and hang a lanyard. That way I can hang it on my belt. But let's say I'm sure it's still down there. And so we got to, that we do need to sample that too, because it looked like at the point where I decided it was unsafe to continue, it looked like to me that's where they started hitting some ore. Up to that point was more exploration. Below that looked to be more mining to me. So I really need to get in there and test that out. Surface access is not very good though, which is why we haven't prioritized it. Hi, Red Wing, how's it going? So again, that's on the list of things to do. The mill seems to be coming together. We had both Eva and I agree that the spot tests seem to indicate substantially more gold in the pregnant solution than we were getting on average last year. My assumption is that stuff in the tailings is continuing to leach and winding up in the pregnant solution over the winter time. Just getting all the solution pumped out of the mill of the pregnant pond back into tanks. We have four tanks available, but I'd only like to use two of them. Three of them. The agitation tank, the two barren tanks. Hey, how's it going, Jason? And then I didn't want to fill the pregnant tank unnecessarily with barren solution because we were running it through the cartridges. And as far as I can tell right now, every resin holding cartridge assembly that we have is full of loaded resin. Okay. And we haven't even processed anything in the agitation tank yet. So my priority right now at the mill is getting the new stripping circuit lined out. Hey, Jason, by the way, no joke on that lamb fleece sort of thing. It should work really well. And maybe you can beat Pioneer Polly like a stepchild there, Say, just see if you can find a lamb fleece and just put, custom form the bottom of the creek bed to, basically like a sluice box, weight it down with some rocks, and
then check it out.
There you go. It should work pretty darn well as a sluice. Yeah, and lanolin would be good.
Yeah, that's why you use a fresh sheepskin.
Hi, blind dude. So anyhow, that's kind of my priority right now at the mill. We've been getting everything up and running and getting everything moved and changing things around a little bit. One of the challenges at the ranch is we don't have line power. We have two sources of power. One is photovoltaics, which are limited. It's only like a 1,500 watt system. And so we really can't do too much on that. So whenever we're using much current, we're running a generator. On the other hand, you don't want to be running a generator if you're not there to catch a fire or anything like that. So that limits our time that we can run. And so one of the things was in the stripping circuit, you've got, let me see if I got this right, 3 different power draws. You've got pumps to move the solution, you've got the electrolytic cell, and you've got the heater. Now, the electrolytic cell is running less than 2 watts. Okay. I don't know, Chris. Again, it's not my job. You know, if he wants to do that, he will let me know. And for all I know, that's going to happen. He's like, I really want to do that. Okay. And the pumps themselves are little, 100 cc per minute peristaltic pumps. So I imagine they're pretty small in terms of wattage also. As a matter of fact, let me see here. Amazon.com. And let's see what we got here. Peristaltic pump. Let's see what the 110. Oh, it can also run on 240 volts, huh? Sweet. Aquarium dosing pump. Corded electric. See more product details. Could you tell me what the amperage is? Batteries included? No. 13 ounces. Oh, of course. Tells you the voltage, doesn't tell you the amperage. Voltage, 100 volts, 240 volts. Frequency, 50 or 60 cycles. Between 1 mil and 250 mils per minute. Fine. How much power does it take? Won't say. Anyhow, that would make sense. And that would also make sense there with the more secondary storage and a charger that run off the generator. But it's got a little plug-in box and a small cord and a little plug-in at the end. So obviously a low voltage cord, low voltage plug, probably 12 volts would make sense to me. My guess on something like that, what do you think, Chris, without having the particular box here? A couple watts maybe? So again, those should be able to run for quite a while on the photovoltaic system. On the other hand, the heater is 500 watts, and that's going to suck it down pretty quick. So I ran another set of power strips in there that are running off the generator. So whenever we're using power hungry equipment like the centrifuge, the hot plate, the not the power supply, the kiln, the stripping circuit heater, all that stuff we can just plug in to generator power. And anything else that we want to look like Eva's the milligram scale, and hi John, and the pumps and the power supply for the electrolytic cells. Hey, Outlier. Those can all plug into the photovoltaic system. The idea being if we get the system up to temperature and running for several hours, and then it's time for us to leave when we turn off the generator, it's going to stay at operating temperature for a fair time. And of course, we can improve that by insulation. And then the pumps and the electrolytic cell can be doing their thing even without the heater for an indeterminate time. And so we're going to have to see how effective that works, how much coast, effective coast we've got there and stuff like that. The Eva hasn't done much in the way of smelting experience. We'll be getting everything else set up pretty soon. I say like next week. We got a few things to show up. But I'll be stripping resin pretty fast here because we need more resin. I'm also making a bucket when we're doing. Why do you keep doing that? The stripping circuit, we start with loaded resin to stripping to neutralization and then back to leaching.
Oh,
back to loading.
My Lord.
Okay. So loaded resin, those are the cartridges in the cartridge holders with the pregnant solution running through them. Stripping, they stay in the cartridges and we put them in the stripper. This stripper should be able to strip 3 cartridges at once. The neutralization, and there's a problem here. The stripping is acid. This is base. This is base. And this is a strong base. Okay? So when we go from this acid strip, and that also creates some solid precipitants there, when we go through this neutralization process, we create a fair amount of precipitants. If we left them in those cartridges and they each have a filter disc at both ends. That fine precipitate will tend to plug it. Okay. So the plan is, once we've stripped the cartridges, to take the resin out, clean the cartridges, get rid of the silt that inevitably builds up to some extent out of the filters, etc. And then we need to neutralize it. So what I've come up with is something very simple. I have a bucket of sodium hydroxide solution. I drop in another bucket that has the resin in it, some holes in the bottom, and a 60 mesh screen here, so that the solution level can be here. I just put the resin in this, neutralize it, take it out, put this screen bucket in an empty bucket, take a hose the crap out of it, clean the resin nice and clean, get rid of all those precipitates, get it fairly cleaned up, and then we can put it back in cartridges. Okay, let me look at this, Chris. Okay. And put it on the stuff. Wow, that's cheaper too. Does it have a variable speed? Let's see. Approximately 5 to 100 milliliters per minute. Pack of 4. Pack of 4, is that what it said? Oh, that's wow. $10 each. I don't see a speed controller. So I'm guessing you would have to either add a speed controller or, the funny thing is that pump head there looks suspiciously similar to the pump heads on the assemblies we've got. Those little clips look very, very familiar to me. That might be the exact pump that's in the box that we've got that comes with the come on, stop that. Um, let's see if I let's see. Let's see if I saved it here. Yeah, okay. But anyhow, yeah, let's say the new ones, I mean the ones that I've got on order have the transformer, the box that holds the pump, and the rheostat uh, all at once. And so they've already been ordered. But yeah, there's no reason I couldn't like maybe even replace them with the different pumps if they would physically fit, and they might. Wouldn't be surprised if I needed to. Thank you, Chris. But anyhow, and so that's, I need to get that going in the next week or so I can start stripping more. I've got, let's see, I got the screen for this bucket today. And I believe, okay, the new pumps are showing up Friday. The new cartridges and spot plates are showing up tomorrow, supposedly. So, let's say I should have more cartridges here pretty quick. And that way I'll be able to, go a little longer before needing to empty cartridges or whatever. So I say this. I was hoping I could just move the cartridges from the stripper to the neutralizer and stuff, but that precipitates. It just messes everything up. Okay, it plugs those fiber discs at each end of the cartridge, and so I'm gonna have to pull it out, clean it up. This way, I can do it in large quantities. We've currently got what resin isn't back in circuit and loaded. All the other stuff we loaded last year has been stripped and neutralized and ready for reuse theoretically right now. We do not know what the current loading factor of the used resin is. We haven't stripped any yet to see. We don't know if it's basically doing about like brand new. Chat disconnected, successfully reconnected. I'm guessing it has to do with the storming out there. If somebody could just type in a chat to make sure that we're still operational there. But anyhow, so once we start stripping, we'll be able to get a better idea of whether or not the regenerated resin is roughly equivalent to the original resin. Yep, it's coming through, guys. Thanks a lot. So, I'll say that's a high priority item there. And I say we've got gold sitting in resin. Not allowed to discuss exactly how much, but Yeah, John, sounds like a plan. And but I mean, it's a significant amount of gold that was just sitting there waiting over the winter for us to come back and run it through resin. Um, the other thing I did is once I had loaded all three of those tanks with barren solution, then I just took my rack of cartridge holders, set it on the side of the pad, and was running the barren solution directly back onto the pad because I wanted to pump the pregnant pond all the way out and clean the silt and stuff out of it. That silt is a real pain because it plugs up the filters on those cartridges and stuff. It plugs up the pre-filter, it plugs up the cartridge filters, and really slows down your flow rates. So the silt is a pain in the butt. So I thought I would take this opportunity, and so I pumped all that um, pregnant solution through the resin columns up to the pad until it was getting pretty darn low. It was going to start sucking in silt too. Then I disconnected the hose from the resin columns, put it directly on top of the pad, and just started pumping and hosing everything in towards the center. And not yet, Chris. No, thank you. That's not a bad idea. Chris suggests we assay the tailings sitting out on the pad too, little one.
Yeah.
Good point. So
I
we
wouldn't
should
disagree with
yeah
that.
we should take a sample. Absolutely. Thank you, Chris. So I got all the pregnant pond cleaned and thrown back on top of the pad. The pad itself, even though I was pouring water or solution on it that was just dirty. I mean, it was just opaque brown. But the stuff coming out of the pad through the sand bed was nice and clean. Any luck, I'll be able to keep from getting a lot of dirt in the pregnant pond again. That's the hope. Hey, blind dude, outlier. Okay, I guess I'm just kind of guessing these people are getting back on after the little outage here. There's still storms out there somewhere, not right at our house right now. Let me take a look. Yeah, they don't look too intense, but it looks like it's still drizzling out there.
Other than that one flicker we had before you went live, I haven't seen anything.
No, I haven't seen any flicker either, but that doesn't mean that the lines aren't compromised somewhere.
Yeah.
Anyhow, so we got the pregnant pond cleaned up. We got 550 pounds through the Stutenroth and into the agitation tank before I just got wore out. That was quite a fight. The hardware for the new stripping circuit should be here again by end of day tomorrow, and so I'll need to get all that stuff mounted and checked out, and then I'm going to use some of the stripping solution that I was still using at the end of testing last winter. I'll just pour it in the new circuit, in a new stripper, and try and put it in operation, see what happens. So that should be good. Just a lot of little stuff, mainly, with the exception of the trip to the mine and the trying to fill up the agitation tank. We'll probably get the RC46 up and running within the next week or so. Anyone that reply? Yeah, I could understand that, blind dude. I don't know. People didn't know. Blind dude is asking a question right there. Yeah, Tandy is one I'm familiar with. I think they're decent quality. But anyhow, um, that's basically what we've been doing. And then, as you've noticed, I did a little fishing. Yesterday, I was hoping to go back to a similar situation to what I was at 2 weeks ago with a little more knowledge, a little more equipment, a little more time, and try different methods and lures and stuff. But the situation had changed dramatically. Wow. That was that current along the shore was running so fast, I couldn't even throw a crankbait out there and work it. As soon as I stopped letting line out, yeah, John. Um, as soon as I stopped letting line out, that thing would just, right to and then get up on top of the surface of the water and skip along. That current was moving that fast. So yeah. Well, also, John, our refrigerator just went on the fritz. So I went out with specific instructions from Eva. If it isn't a walleye, don't bring it home. I caught a couple of trout that were a little big for her general um, ideal size. Not bad though. She would have liked them. And then a couple that were a little bigger. So let's say I was just throwing them out. Again, I'm just testing, trying to improve my ability to catch fish whenever I want. I was also checking to see whether or not I could catch walleyes on both lures and leeches. I had some leeches. That's fine, blind dude. That's more for me. But anyhow, I don't know if they'd have noticed in that current, David. Holy Toledo. You never would have found them anyway. I mean, that stuff was ripping. And it was a little spooky because since I had just regular boots, I couldn't just kind of walk. I'd have been a little nervous, but it may have been perfectly safe to walk on that kind of rock ledge there, even though it was wet. But it would have been a little spooky. On the other hand, a little bit higher up on that kind of slough, I just made a path out there for quite a ways, then ran out of fluff. And I was able to test a lot of different things. And man, I just couldn't dial in anything that was going to get. I don't know what I had done anyhow, because I bring the fish up to where there was one spot where there was like a little rock slide where I could have brought the fish up there. But aside from that, I would have had to work them back all the way up to where I started climbing up. It was just not an ideal situation at all. It's pretty impressive. But then I went downstream a little bit to the campground there at the boat ramp, and it's like, looks like there's an eddy right there. Yeah, there was.
And it's a very nice campground.
Yeah, and there was rainbows there.
A really cheap campground.
And didn't even go further. There's a lot more area down there between there and the highway that I could have fished spots. That's okay, blind dude. Well, that's what I was catching them on. Rock it wasn't an earthworm. These were night crawlers. But that's basically what I was using was night crawlers. And they make something called a worm threader. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this, but a worm threader, well, these, you can't take these apart, can you? Yeah, there, that'll work. That's about the right size. A worm threader has a small metal tube about that size and a handle. You can make one out of this just by putting the metal tube in it. It'd be a lot more expensive and a lot nicer than you need. But basically what you do is you take that metal tube, you grab your earthworm, and you just thread it up through the earthworm. And then you stick the point of the hook in the end of that tube, pull your line tight, and then thread them around. And they go, they wind up all on the line with just the point taken out. And take care, blind dude. And so it works pretty well, but keeping it on the hook, but also making sure that when the fish bites the worm, he's also going to get having to deal with a hook, you know? And it's called practice, John. That's the purpose. It's practice. Besides, Eva's very particular in the fish that she wants to eat. I don't like fish that much myself, although I did like that kokanee, and walleye is good and perch is good. You know, you fry those up, it's great. Eva prefers them baked. I prefer them fried. But anyhow, so that's a really reliable. I've tried other things. I've tried mealworms, tried leeches, things like this. Nothing seems to do as good as a night crawler. Okay. Although in spawning time, floating an egg simulation works good. Why don't you keep the pike, Rock? I hear they're fairly tasty. I could, honestly, we couldn't, you know, if I were to go fishing very frequently, we couldn't eat all the fish I catch. I mean, I'm not bragging, but I mean, when you catch, well, yesterday I caught 2 12-inchers and 3 14-inchers. You know, that's, I noticed, he said, okay, I noticed they seem to be pretty slimy. I've got a chunk of that one my daughter caught when she was here in the freezer. We've got it in another freezer right now until we get this fridge replaced. But anyhow, I plan on trying that. When you have dinner, stop fishing. I like fishing, John. when the show's over, stop watching TV, right? You know, why are you watching TV? Haven't you seen that? You know, that first one, I think that's a dig on somebody here, Chris. You know, I resent that, but but yeah, I enjoy the recreational aspect. When I'm fishing, I can pretty much focus on the fishing and forget everything else. And I get out in nature, and I like being there. And yesterday the weather was beautiful, a little bit sprinkly, but warm enough. I didn't even bother putting on my jacket. On the other hand, here in Helena, Eva said it poured again. Where I was at was cool, and I like being out in nature. I like trying to figure out what works so that if I ever needed, um, you know, to catch to eat, I could do it. You know, but again, I'm not a big fan of the taste of most fish anyway. So not a big deal, but I do like fishing. When you cast line, God pushes the pause button on the. Yeah, I don't know about that, Rock, but yeah, I say it does relax the tension in the brain. not focusing on current events or mining or money or refrigerators or whatever, focused on the fishing at that time. But yeah, I enjoy the fishing, and it turns out there's lots of different ways to get these damn fish to bite, and at different times different things works under different conditions, and so it's an interesting puzzle to try and figure out. Best so far, most consistent, is the night crawlers. The next has been rapalas, small rapalas on these trout. But as I say, it's just, to me, it's just entertainment. And so that's what I did yesterday, and that was interesting. That water was coming out of that dam. I was like, I do not want to fall in that water, because especially where I was at, if I'd have got in that current, if I couldn't have got out real quick, I would have been swept up towards the dam, then got hit sideways by the tail race of the power plant and carried out in the middle of that big whirlpool. I'd have been screwed. Okay. I'm not sure how I would have got out of that. So I had to be very careful not to get into it. But it's kind of spooky for me when you're like, yeah, you screw up, this could get really unpleasant real fast. Most of the time, fishing's pretty relaxing. Yesterday was a little bit more than that. Most fun I've ever had fishing was wading in floodwaters over by Yuma, catching striped bass. Man, that was fun. Mealworms. They're a larva sort of thing.
Which supposedly you can eat.
Yeah. Now I've heard that in the summer when you've got grasshoppers, they make fantastic trout bait. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Chris. Unfortunately, if I got out in the middle of that gyre, there is no still water to get out of. Okay. I mean, the current was ripping right along the shore, out in the middle. Say, it would have been one of those things where, man, I'm going to have to stay floating long enough to make one current and then try and kind of work my way over to the edge so that as it comes back into the shore and part splits to the gyre and part splits to go downstream, I could work my way straight into the bank where the currents are going to both sides. I'm in that little narrow section of, really slow stuff that's winding up hitting the bank and splitting. And yeah, that's correct, Rock. So anyhow, so that was an interesting deal. I appreciate all the feedback on the blood drops on the back porch. Supposed to be, well, the landing for the steps there. That was just kind of a weird thing. I'm like, what the heck happened here? I just was having trouble figuring it out. Because I say all the drops were vertical drops. There was no small one. They were all consistent size, the same sort of thing. Somebody suggested, like somebody had a nosebleed. I agree. If I'd have been sitting there with a nosebleed dripping, that's kind of what it would have looked like. But why would you drip that many drops, all identical, not walk away? It's just weird. If my nose was bleeding, you might get a few drops on the ground. I mean, yeah, I had some problems with nosebleeds earlier this year. But real quickly, I'm going to do something about it and go somewhere else to try and do something more about it. And that wasn't the case. I thought Minor Jim said maybe it was a deer. And I would agree that would account for those drops.
Any deer prints.
But there were not only no deer prints, but there was no trail away. Something like a deer, you would think would be continuing to bleed as it moved away. I don't know. I mean, you don't know how little traffic there is in that alley there. That particular spot on an average day may have one or two people walk past it sometime during the day. Very, very
and
rare.
Maybe one car every other day.
I
mean, basically, we're one of the only cars that uses this part of the.
We're basically it. We're half the traffic or more of that whole area, and I'm not sure what the heck it was. Yeah, that's a possibility, Chris. Yeah, from Tucson, absolutely. My first thought when I saw that was call the cops, but there was no other evidence. It is, well, where did it go? None of the drops were hit the ground at an angle like somebody was moving. And, like you stab somebody, they're going to turn around, they're going to run, they're going to do all kinds of sort of things. But
no
just
grass was trampled down. Just
standing there is not one of them. And it happened during the day because I went out to look at the tire on the truck at like 10 or 10:30 in the morning. And then we went down, about 1:30 or something, 2 in the afternoon. Okay. So sometime in that 4-hour period during the middle of the day is when it happened. It's like, this is just odd. And I'm not averse to calling the cops. One time I was walking down that alley on my way to the bank. It's only 6 blocks away. So especially when all I had in terms of vehicle was the Bago, it's like, why fire it up for that? I'll just walk, especially in the middle of winter. So this wasn't in the winter. It was reasonable temperature. I was walking down there and there's a bullet laying on the ground, not a cartridge, a bullet with rifling marks on it and very little damage to the bullet itself. Okay. So I called the cops and said, you had an unsolved crime around here. You had someone to get shot at in this general area or whatever. Here's a bullet. And they came and collected it. But as far as I know, it never was anything. It was probably, somebody just firing up there. I don't have that caliber, John. This is like a 9mm. So yeah, I'm pretty safe on that one. But and just what was it? Was it last week?
Week before that.
I was walking across the street, and I saw it was a woman's wallet. That what you'd call that? A woman's wallet.
Clutch purse.
Eva calls it a clutch purse. Okay, it was laying in the emergency parking lane. So I picked it up, figuring somebody lost it, and I thought, I'll open it up, see if there's ID, and I opened it up, and the only thing in it was a man's ID. No other cards, no other stuff, just a man's driver's license. I'm like, well, that's pretty freaking weird. So again, I call the cops. I say, hey, this is what I found. It's kind of weird. And they're like, not doing anything. So it's okay, we'll come over and pick it up. And that's it. It's like probably no big deal, but might as well preserve evidence if there is something. And so I'm not averse to calling, could be Kodak. I don't know. But I say, I'm not averse to calling the cops. And that was my first reflex was, holy crap, something happened here. So I started looking around to see what other evidence there might be. And there was no other evidence. It's like,
the grass wasn't even trampled.
Yeah, you didn't. Grass wasn't disturbed, trampled. There wasn't any trail leading away. There weren't any fresh tire tracks I could see. There was just nothing there. It's like, holy crap, this is weird. So, anyhow, I do think the slobbering vampire was the best.
Except that it was daylight, so it was not a vampire.
Yeah, it even says it could have been a vampire. It was in the daylight. I said, sunscreen? She goes, no, it doesn't work for vampires. I don't know. I'm not going to argue.
That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
But anyhow, second best was Laura's with a chupacabra. I like that.
I don't think we have chupacabras in Montana.
Well, explain the blood.
Chupacabra is for places that suck rocks.
Well, it looked like it came from above, that's for sure, Rock. But anyhow, so as I say, we've had a number of things. Been keeping busy. Weather's been getting in our way, but nothing horrendous. And that's basically where we're at right now. Also, one of our, I wouldn't say regular watchers, someone who's here on a regular basis, called me up today, and he was interested in a mining claim that somebody had near where he lives, and it's some place where he'd crushed. They apparently got what appear to be ore stockpiles that were never processed, and then there's also the mine itself. And he had taken some of that ore stockpile and crushed it and hand panned it, found a few pieces of gold and stuff. And so he was asking me, didn't answer your email about the crusher. Just a second. I don't recall seeing an email about a crusher. New private window. I'm guessing you did it today. But I don't recall seeing it. Yep, there you go. Is that crusher still for sale?
The one that was down in Tucson?
Hold on a second. I think he's... Yeah, was that the chipmunk crusher? What works best to finally crush damp ore? I would say ball mill, because it runs wet. It's got capacity. It's designed to run wet, and that's what I would do it. Let me zip back over here to my inbox. Let's see. Hey, Rock, when you're hanging fish and showing them off, you do it by the side. Those are some big brookies. Around here, brookies are like this big.
Around here, brookies are a reasonable.
Do you recall who it was that had that chipmunk crusher little one?
No, I do not. But I do remember it was a subject of conversation.
Trying to
I think that was the guy that was like in Oklahoma. No.
An exchange. I'm looking here real quick. No, that's not it.
No, offhand, I do not remember who had it.
Yeah, I'm trying to look really quickly. Those photos. No. I'm not sure. Does anyone here aware of who that was. That chipmunk crusher. I don't know what the heck this is. No, I don't want to download. I just want to look at the damn picture, you stupid computer. No, I don't want to get an extension to look at something, you stupid thing. Prospecting River. I don't remember.
Yeah, he lives someplace really Mandan or
Yeah, Fort Mandan. Is that correct, Mandan? That sounds about right. Okay. I think you're correct.
yeah, I think
It was in, I think that was in Mandan, North Dakota.
yeah. It was in North Dakota because we were talking about how the fact it was like practically right next
Yeah, it
door.
wasn't too far away. Let's see. Let's see if we can find Mandan.
Yeah, because he was also saying that under certain conditions he could deliver it because he like goes all over there.
Not there.
If I remember rightly.
Yeah, it was somebody. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Was somebody I haven't seen before too, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was somebody oddball. That wasn't one of our usual people. Not the Abbott. Let's see.
No, not the Abbott.
Maybe this guy. Yeah. Pictures of his samples there. Yeah. Maybe that's who it was. Looking. Other nuggets. I know who that is. By the way, in case anyone's interested, I haven't heard anything more from the people in London about any filming. So I'm not too hopeful that they're actually going to yeah. Let's see. Is this going to do the same thing? Yep. No, I don't do that. Okay, I don't really know.
I don't think we had any other information on him.
Yeah, it says it seems to me it was somebody that was kind of a new contact.
Yeah,
and
he was not one of our regular
there's
people.
one that's not one of my regular. That's Fort Worth.
Yeah, he was not one of our regular people, and it was in Mandan, North Dakota.
Yeah, that sounds right. And I'm not sure who it is. If anyone has any idea, let me know. Oh, no problem, Rock. As I say, I'm just, for all I know, it could have possibly been just on the comment sections of a video too. I don't recall for sure. I do think he sent me pictures.
I do not remember him sending you pictures.
I'm not sure. He might have just sent me. It might have been comments on a video. So I'm not sure.
Well, the whole thing something came up in conversation in the chat in the live stream because for a while for a few minutes you had his email in the live stream.
Okay.
That people could get pictures from him.
Okay. Eva says that his contact information was in the live stream.
And then you removed it.
And then it was removed.
After
That's right.
he had gotten several emails.
Yeah. Patrick Jones remembers this. He emailed me. That's what I thought. But as I'm looking, as usual, the computer won't search stuff for a particular word. It's only like in the titles or this or that or the others. I'm not allowed to discuss the grade of the piles we're actually working, although I can do in general give you an idea what's reasonable. Yeah, she is, Jeff. But one of the things that is, first of all, they're not tailings piles, they're waste dumps. And that one, I think, is an ore dump. It was actually, I think, a stockpile they were feeding the ore bin from. Tailings would be when they've actually crushed up the rock and attempted to recover the valuable mineral. So those are, the one I'm doing right now is a waste dump. The one above it's an ore dump. And the one above that, I think, is a low-grade ore dump. Okay. But one of the things that is often associated with dumps is that the Kodak says, I think that's the chat post that I removed and buggered up the replies.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
But anyhow, the minerals which gold is associated with are quite often things like iron pyrite that are then oxidized into porous iron oxides, which tend to be much softer than things like quartz or other vein or gangue materials. And so it is not uncommon at all for the screenings of a dump to have a higher grade than the dump overall. And in the case of that dump just above the area that I'm working, that was pretty dramatic. The screenings were 2 to 4 times the average grade of the dump. The next dump up does not upgrade very much upon screening. Okay. So one thing you also want to do when you're dealing with a dump is to screen a sample and compare that with an unscreened sample that you then crush and split to see what the difference is. If you can screen that dump and get a good upgrade, that can make a big difference, especially in the early part of your process. Let us say, for example, that you had a dump that was running a 1/4 ounce to the ton. And by the way, Rock Butcher agrees with you and John that's what happened that night. Let's suppose you had something that averaged a 1/4 ounce to ton, but can give you a 4-to-1 upgrade when you screen it, but you only get 1/8 of the original material in the screenings. So what you're going to be doing here, let's just say, let's do it by a factor of 10 because it's just a little easier to do the math. Okay. Let's suppose that out of every 10 tons of dump at 0.25 ounces per ton, you can get 1 ton of screenings at 1.0 ounces per ton. Okay. Now, since this is 4 times that, this is 1/10, you're going to wind up with 9 tons of coarse at, let's see, 1 times 1 is 1, 10 times that is 2.5. 2.5 minus 1 is 1.5 divided by 9.
It's good.
Okay, 0.167. 0.167 ounces per ton. Okay. Now this is not a whole lot less than that. Both of these are kind of iffy grades for the micro miner. This, on the other hand, you might be able to do pretty darn well. So if you had a fairly large dump with, say, a few hundred tons, then what you could do initially, a potential idea is screen it, take this high-grade material, process that, pay for your equipment, and then come back in and start work on this material here. If you can't make money off of either of these two, at least you made money off of that. So always screen it and see what happens. And as Rock is saying, it's great. The other thing you might do is sell this dump. You know, if you've got a mine that's played out and it's got a fairly big dump, you go in there, you screen it, you stockpile what's left over, you take the money, and then you sell the dump to somebody else. Okay, perfectly doable in some cases. Anyhow, the gentleman I was talking to this morning had no assays on the dumps, no assays from underground, did not have the exact volumes of the dumps, did not have any absolute proof of the land status in terms of mining claims or what. It appeared that it is an active mining claim on BLM land. Okay. And he said, but there's something that says patent somewhere. And so it may have been patented ground that was then turned back over to BLM. Okay. Not sure what the deal is. That's something you need to check out. If you're going to be, considering buying a mining claim, you need to be absolutely certain of the land status. Okay. Who owns that land and who owns the mineral rights to that land and what restrictions may apply to the land. He says, for example, that there is a plan of operations that this mine has. Well, it had a plan of operations at sometimes maybe. Does it still? Has that? I mean, because that was from apparently a previous owner to the one that currently owns it. So these are all questions you would need to verify before you even consider purchasing. Another thing that a lot of people don't take into account is, yeah, that's always a good idea. He's asking me if I could go down there and take a look at it sometime, which I'd be happy to do. Okay. But the other thing that's a bit different than mining and other things is the risks are so high that quite often you use things like options rather than a straight purchase agreement. For example, let's suppose you have this hypothetical claim and it has dumps on a mine and land status. Okay. Currently, all of these are just question marks. You don't know what you got there. Okay. Now, let's suppose that you go out there and you see this and you go, wow, well, that's interesting. I don't want to buy anything right now because I don't know what's there, but I'm going to go ahead and sample these dumps and sample the mine and see exactly what you've got. and then we'll discuss a deal. Okay? What's going to happen, Rock? I don't know if you've been paying attention. You've been talking there, but if the potential buyer comes in there, samples the dumps and samples the mine, and then you talk the deal, what's going to happen? Let's assuming that, of course, that this information comes up good. Otherwise, why would you still be interested in buying it? So, Rock or Chris or anyone else, what's going to happen if you do it in that sequence? Okay. Any answers? This is why I hate the delays we have on the comments. What's going to happen if you don't have a deal before you do your research? Okay. Haven't got a response yet, probably due to the delays. So let's suppose this comes out good.
Ripped off.
What?
You're going to get ripped off.
Not necessarily ripped off, but these come back good, and this is okay. The price is going to go up.
It is the goddess's philosophy that one should never buy a mining claim that's not patented land, and then buy it for the land.
But anyhow, if you do this research and you show that there's more stuff there than was known beforehand, this price is going to go up. Okay? Why wouldn't it? You haven't agreed to a price yet. Okay? Check out the land stats. Not a bad plan, Rock. Especially in certain things. What entity knows the ownership of every square foot of land? Okay? Another question for everybody out there. It's an important question, but especially in a place like Montana here, where you got BLM land, military land, right, Jeff? You know, the tax man, the county assessor's office knows who owns every square foot of that county because they charge people tax on it. Okay. So this is why, to find the absolute ownership, not necessarily the stats, but the ownership, you go to the tax records. In the case of Montana, you can get a good idea from something called the Montana Cadastral. It's available on the internet, and you can look it up, and you can see, the land status as far as they know. But it takes it down to individual plots in some cases, but it's not going to give you the actual owner of like an individual house plot. Usually it'll just, this is parcel such and such number. But yeah, it can get a mess, but that'll get you a really good idea who owns it. Now, it doesn't tell you necessarily who owns the mineral rights. But if, for example, you've got a person that says this is a BLM mining claim, it's active, etc. Okay. Yeah, look up the BLM records. If it says this guy's got a claim on this section and it's active, that's fine. BLM doesn't necessarily check the land status. Okay. If you've got a section and there's a mine sitting here, okay, and this guy has staked a claim like this, okay, and this is BLM land out here. That's not to say that there isn't a patented claim right here, okay, that's completely off limits to his BLM claim. BLM doesn't care. They don't do these surveys. It's not their business. You file the paperwork, they collect the fee. If there's anything wrong, It's not their problem. So you need to check these sort of things. In Montana, we have something that really helps on that, Montana cadastral. But in each state or each jurisdiction, it can vary. The assessor's office will have that information in terms of the ownership. Then, if it is BLM land, now you have to see, is this open for mineral entry? Does he have a valid claim? Is the claim up to date? Blah, blah, blah. Stuff like that. You're absolutely right, Kodak. And as Rock can tell you too, there's a whole lot fewer regulatory agencies involved in Canada. Okay. In the United States, it has this huge overlapping, interlocking, and everything. And you can have 6 different agencies all saying mutually contradictory things that you have to do at the same time. I mean, where it's literally impossible to comply with the regulations. Okay. It's my understanding in Canada, it's a lot more simple than that. It may not be more possible, but at least it's simpler. So anyhow, you got the land status, you do this. To avoid this problem of going to this effort, boy, it's hard to do. Okay, there we go. That's a little easier. To avoid raising your price, you do something called an option. Okay. And that's basically, for all you computer geeks out there, for the old one, an if-then statement. Okay. So for example, number 1, pay $500 to sample. Okay. Plus, I have an option to buy at a certain dollars. Okay. So the seller gets a guaranteed $500. He's also got a guarantee that if you decide you want to buy it, you're going to get the price he's currently happy with. Okay. That's the key. This is his current happiness. Now, if you go out there and you sample it and you find lots of dollars in gold, holy crap, I can't chisel this stuff. Okay. Well, he's screwed because he's already agreed to sell you at this price. Okay. Now you execute your option. On the other hand, if your sampling doesn't indicate anything good, then you're out $500. And that's it. If, on the other hand, you say, well, I agree to buy that for $10,000 with, $5,000 down and $1,000 a month in easy monthly payments for the next 5 months, well, now you're out to $5,000. Okay. And let's say that's what is quite often quite possible and reasonable. But this way, you're not spending a lot of money up front and rolling the dice. You're always going to have to pay money up front for testing. But if you have options, you don't necessarily have to spend the money for the purchase. One thing that the owner gets out of this is if you decide to walk away from the deal, he gets all the information you gathered. Okay. So that will theoretically help him. Okay. So it works to everyone's benefit in terms of reducing risk. Now, somebody is probably going to wind up in a worse situation than they theoretically could have if everything had gone their way. Well, what's the chances of that happening in the first place? Mitigate your risk. You mitigate your upfront risk. You mitigate the risk of him raising the price on you. And as Rock says, most agreements include you covering the cost of maintaining the claims. Usually the owner, doesn't, he gets some kind of a fee, often quite a modest fee, because let's say they hired Rock and some of his people to drill 1,000 feet of hole because the claim owner thinks he's got a really good ore body there. Well, that's going to cost a crap load of money. And, the owner can't afford that. But if you find something good and you're going to go, okay, well, if we find what we're looking for, we're going to pay you $10 million to take it off your hands. Well, he'll be happy, you know? And that's exactly right, Rock. If your exploration shows that it's more valuable, or it may not be more valuable than they thought it might be, but it's definitely more value than they knew it was, they're going to raise the price if they have that option. That's why you always work a series of option agreements. You say, okay, we're going to do this phase of exploration. We're going to take a look at this. If we want to then execute our option to continue, stay in this contract, then we're going to do this much for phase 2. And if we're still interested, then we got to do this for phase 3. In general, any recurring payments, like say a monthly payment, initially it may be something really cheap. Like my example here was $500 cash. And this gives him a 6-month option to go do his testing and everything. And then, go from there. Well, Rock, you deal with bigger stuff than your usual micro scale miner.
Yeah.
Yeah. The mid-scale mining stuff, the professionals, even on the smaller end, yeah, these are going to be over years. There's going to be several phases of the process. There's going to be the initial look-see, so to speak. Then there's going to be the initial exploration phase. Then there's going to be a more detailed exploration phase. And then there's going to be a production decision phase. If they decide, okay, we're going to go and turn this into a mine, well, again, the lessor is probably going to be paying all of these costs, including all the permitting and this, that, and the other. And only at the very end, when they're in production, do we even get to a percentage of the gross proceeds. Now that brings up another point. It's called net smelter return. Now let's suppose that Rock Butcher, who's a smart guy, he's going to set up a mining company, Rock's Butcher Shop, okay? And he's dealing with Fred, who's not very normal. Hey, Jim, how's it going? Yeah, exactly, Miner Jim. So, Rock has got his company, and the agreement says, Rock pays Fred 10% of profits. Okay? Now, if Rock has half the brains I think he has, with very little effort, he can make sure that equals 0. Okay? If nothing else, all he's got to do is increase his salary. Okay? So, it's important to have something that can't be manipulated like this. So they don't say profits. They use something called net smelter return. Okay? Back in the days when you'd send stuff off to a smelter, you'd send them your ore, and they'll send you a check for what was in the ore. Okay? And as such, Rock would not have any control over it. Fred would not have any control over it. Okay? This is essentially the gross production of valuable mineral. Recovered. Okay? If you had a gold mine and you were processing your material down into gold, the net smelter return would be the gold that you actually recovered. That is not terribly susceptible to manipulation. You can lie, you can cheat, you can steal, but you can't just manipulate the numbers and change it very much. Okay? And so by doing this, you now have a number that everyone agrees. Let's say that you made 200 ounces last year. Okay, well, 10% of that is 20 ounces. Okay, pretty simple. Okay, if it was you had 500 tons at 0.75 ounces per ton, well, what percentage of that would you do? You know? On the other hand, if this is converted into money, okay, and then you get to take out expenses, to get to a certain net down here, that can be really easily manipulated by manipulating the expenses. So that's why this is the number. If you're making concentrates or something, if you're selling to a smelter or something like that, it would basically be the check that you get for that. If it is something you're producing yourself, it's the actual amount. And it needs to be specified in the contract. Is it the actual metal, or is it dollars, or whatever? In the United States, I'm not sure in Canada, let me know about this, Rock. In the United States, it is not a taxable income if you produce this gold and you put it in your pocket. Okay? For example, Miner Jim has a mine and he produced 200 ounces of gold in a particular time period. And he had, well, let's say at 2,000. Okay, makes the math simple. So that'd be 200 times 2,000 is 400,000 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So this is equals $400,000. Now, if Miner Jim sells his $200, his 200 ounces, gets $400,000, takes his $200,000 of expenses, which I didn't mention earlier, but which I just invented. Okay. Then he gets $200,000 taxable income. Okay. That's undesirable. If, on the other hand, you take your 200 ounces and you sell 100 ounces for your $200,000 in expenses, you wind up with $0 of taxable income and 100 ounces of gold in your pocket. The caveat is it must be your gold. You had to produce it. You simply haven't sold it yet. And because you haven't sold it, you don't know what the price is. You don't know what the value is. Now, apparently in California, they have a tax per ounce that would have to go? Yep. Well, most people want the money to do something with, Rock, and so that's why they accept a check. If you don't need to uh, use that money right away, you can defer the tax by doing it that way. It all depends on your particular situation. For example, if you were Fred the businessman and you were making $500,000 taxable income every year from your business, and you had this mine right here, then what you might want to do is just sock all that gold away so that later, when you retire from your business, you can cash it in as you need it and only pay taxes at that time. Okay? And so, well, guess who's here? But anyhow, it's one of those situations where you need to look at your situation and decide, but just be aware of the options and make sure when signing contracts, you got the whole options tree in the first contract.
Well, Rock Butcher, I'll tell you, if I were a prospector, I'd be holding my physical. But that's me.
You know, I mean, it's one of those things that I've seen these.
Oh,
these
they
contracts
do minor Jim. That's weird.
That goes all the way through to if the company that's leasing it decides to, they can buy the entire property outright for $20 million.
Hi, Patrick. Yeah, well, of course, the Treasury Department has a tax after a certain amount of production. Of course, that always assumes that the Treasury Department actually knows what you're doing. That's not an assumption I would make with little guys. That's an assumption you have to make with big guys.
Well, sometimes I get confused.
Well, let me put it this way, Rock. I would hold the funny yellow stuff because he likes the funny yellow stuff. I would hold my silver because I want my silver. But yeah, actually, not every prospector I know gets rid of their little nuggets and little pickers that they find. They usually hold them until they need to get rid of them for reasons, or until somebody offers them a good price at a private sale at a gem and mineral show. But those are really little guys. And quite frankly, they probably fall under the category of people who politely forget that the IRS is supposed to know about money you earn that's not in a paycheck. Just saying.
Especially if you trade it directly for other stuff.
I mean, there are plenty of people like that. Well, hi, everybody. It has been a remarkably quiet news week, at least for ordinary, everyday news. We're going to ignore the Rainbow Festival where Lord Malarkey apparently was calling for transgesters to do something or other. And people were pulling down their clothes and showing off their chest areas on video cameras and twerking and bumping and grinding on the White House lawn in front of little children. That was obviously some sort of a deep fake thing that was created by an AI, because nothing like that would ever happen at the Albino McMansion, period. End of story. $50,000 ounces is like, yikes. That's a lot of gold right there.
If we ever get there, we'll worry about it.
Yeah. Well, now the goddess, of course, is still looking for a silver mine. We can forget that funny yellow stuff. The goddess wants her silver. That's all there is to it, period, in this story. But yes, it has been a remarkably quiet news week. There has been zero news about the various government figures on inflation and things like that came out. And in the absence of no news, we have to assume that the news was actually bad news. Since usually, in the case of these people, if it's good news or they can make it look like good news, then it becomes headline news. Nothing has. Hi, Kodak. So let's see what we can find in the mining world. Funny enough, let's go see what is going on here. Battle for aluminum stocks is draining the LME of non Russian metals. Aluminum is a very funny thing. If you went by the price that you are paid for aluminum cans at your local recycling center, you would think that aluminum is an absolutely ridiculously valueless metal. The prices that you get paid for it are laughable. But it's actually a strategic metal that is extremely energy intensive to produce. And thanks to some sort of localized war type thing that's been going on in Europe, a lot of smelters kind of got shut down because they couldn't afford the energy to make it. It's also a whole lot easier to recycle aluminum, though energy intensive, than it is to mine aluminum, which is even more energy intensive. So the battle for aluminum stocks is draining the LME of non Russian metals. The trader that last month built up a dominant position in aluminum has begun taking delivery of some metal while rejecting supplies produced in Russia. The latest evidence of a diverging market that is leaving the London Metal Exchange contract increasingly dependent on Russian material. Well, no shit, Sherlock. IXM, a metals trader owned by China's CMOC Group Limited, last month built up an unusually large position in the key LME aluminum contract for May delivery. It has started withdrawing some metal from the exchange, largely to deliver to its customers, according to people familiar with the matter, who asked not to be identified as the matter isn't public. Really now? The trading house has been rejecting Russian aluminum and taking delivery on non Russian material, as it didn't have the confidence in finding buyers for the Russian metals, one of the people said. IXM declined comment. The concentration of Russian metal is a fraught question for the LME, which last year faced calls from Western producers and traders to ban deliveries of Russian metal, but ultimately decided not to. Smart cookies. If large volumes of unwanted Russian supplies become stranded on the exchange, there is a risk that the benchmark price could become distorted and trade out of sync with the rest of the market. How bizarre. While aluminum prices have slid in recent months on worries about the global economy, top traders, including IXM and Trafigura Group, have been battling for relatively scarce non Russian stocks amid expectations the market could rapidly tighten. On Monday, the LME published updated warehouse data. Goddess has to wonder, as an aside, are we sure this is actual aluminum? I mean, has it been checked lately? The LME has had a problem with things that were supposed to be certain metals turning out to not be metals. Just saying. On Monday, the LME published updated warehouse data that showed the proportion of Russian origin metal underpinning the LME's aluminum contract jumped from 52% at the end of April to 68% at the end of May. Leading Western aluminum producers, including Alcoa, have called on the LME to ban Russian metal from its contract, which they say risks distorting prices for the global benchmark contract. As if banning the metal isn't also going to cause distortions in one way or another. How bizarre. At some point, the only thing left in LME warehouses will be metal that is only consumed by a small group of non-Western producers, Alcoa Chief Executive Roy Harvey said in April. So in other words, at some point, there will only be metal in the LME warehouse available that is only being consumed by non Western entities because the Western entities are boycotting. Sounds like a Western entity's decision, a choice. Free market works for me. The LME on Monday defended its decision to continue allowing Russian aluminum, publishing data showing 19% of the 167,550 tons of aluminum requested for delivery in May was Russian metal. This suggests Russian aluminum continues to flow through the warehousing network and that a meaningful set of global consumers continue to accept Russian metal. Well, derp. Yeah, not everybody boycotts on matters of principle. And the goddess absolutely understands that since the goddess has a list of things that she boycotts. That's about as long as my arm. On principle. And I would never ask anybody else to boycott what I boycott. Though I do let people know. Just saying. Glencore and car makers lead the $1 billion acquisition of Appian nickel copper mines in Brazil. Private equity firm Appian Capital Advisory is selling its wholly owned Atlantic Nickel and Mineração Valle Verde operations in Brazil to ACG Acquisition Company Limited for $1 billion cash, with capital coming from battery metals hungry actors, including Glencore and Volkswagen. The deal includes the sale of Appian's gold royalty on Mineração Valle Verde to ACG for a further $65 million. The company said the transaction will position ACG as the only London-listed nickel sulfide producer of scale. Interesting. The firm has entered into long-term investment partnerships with Glencore, PowerCo, Volkswagen's in-house battery development subsidiary, and Stellantis, owner of Fiat and Peugeot, for offtake and funding. Glencore will invest $100 million in ACG equity. Stellantis and mining investment fund La Mancha will each provide an equity investment of the same amount, while PowerCo will make a $100 million nickel prepayment. Upon closing, ACG will be renamed ACG Electric Metals and issue new shares, making Glencore, Stellantis, and La Mancha owners of 51% and leaving 49% for free float. Appian put the two operations up for sale in 2021, which were initially snatched by Sibanye-Stillwater. The South African miner backed out of the multi-million-dollar deal a few months later, citing a geotechnical event at the Santa Rita mine in northeastern Brazil. The British investment firm said at the time the instability quoted by Sibanye was a localized crack in the mine's pit wall. Really now? Which had been fixed and would have no impact on the open pit mine's life. Appian began legal proceedings against Sibanye in a $1.2 billion claim, according to the South African miner's financial reports. A trial is set to begin in June 2024. Appian acquired Atlantic Nickel, owner of the Santa Rita open pit nickel mine in the Brazilian state of Bahia, in 2018. The same year, Appian also purchased MVV, owner of the Serrote Greenfield open pit copper gold asset located in Brazil's northeastern state of Alagoas. Open pit operations at Santa Rita resumed in 2020 and are expected to last until 2028, with annual production estimated at 16,000 tons nickel equivalent a year. Santa Rita will then be transitioned into an underground mining operation, extending the life of the mine from 8 to 34 years. Appian recently updated the definitive feasibility study for the Serrote project, which outlines a 14-year mine life with production of about 20,000 tons of copper equivalent a year. ACG, a specialized acquisition company, raised $125 million in a London initial public offering in late 2022 to target new economy metal assets. The company is led by Russian metal industry veteran Artem Volynets as chief executive officer. He worked previously in companies backed by Russian tycoons Viktor Verkesberg and Oleg Deripaska, and held the position of head of strategy at Deripaska's United Corusal, one of the world's largest aluminum producers. Really now? Ordonez later served as CEO of Rusal's parent company, EN Plus Group, and more recently led Sha'arat Gold, which has gold mines in Kyrgyzstan and Armenia. Shortages of copper, cobalt, nickel, and other industrial metals needed for the shift to a low carbon world are expected due to both underinvestment in the mining sector and accelerating demand of those metals. The goddess notes. Recently, people that used to use the term zero carbon are now using the term low carbon. Something interesting going on there. SPACs are shell companies that raise money via an initial public offering and later merge with a private company taking it public. Only a few such deals have taken place in mining, including Vision Blue Resources, a fund created by former Xstrata boss Mick Davis, backing a $300 million SPAC, and Metals Acquisition Corp, which listed in New York and recently bought Glencore's CSA copper mine in New South Wales, Australia. So, there are some interesting moves going on in the mining world, apparently. We shall see what we shall saw in that regard. Fundamentals for gold and silver keep improving. And for those who wonder, year over year, gold is up about 9% and silver's up about 10% right now. Just saying. One of those interesting things that has happened. Oh, go away, you silly little thing. Hate trying to read things when pop-ups show up. Nobody knows better than long-standing gold and silver bugs that prices don't always reflect positive fundamentals. The U.S. recently experienced the highest price inflation in decades. It ain't stopped yet. Demand for physical bullion surged to record highs in response to that and the chaos in geopolitics. Very little of that showed up in the price discovery at futures exchanges like the COMEX. Traders, both human and machine alike, have tuned it all out. What seems to matter most to them is something narrow and esoteric. The Federal Reserve notes performance on the DXY index. They're focused on selling when the dollar rises in foreign exchange markets and buying when the dollar falls. Futures traders seem oblivious to significant developments elsewhere. They're oblivious to a lot of things. Just saying. They may wind up getting caught by surprise. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Future speculators are essentially standing out front of a warehouse, furiously swapping claims tickets for the metal within, always assuming it's there. They haven't noticed there's a whole lot more metal headed out the back door than there is coming in. This has been very interesting to watch lately on the COMEX, by the way, for people who watch the eligible and registered and what happens with the contracts. This recent active month for silver, for instance, was the month where B of A was doing all of their shorts and taking it in the shorts. The last active contract month before that was a Wells Fargo month, which means if they hold the current schedule, it should be Chase's turn next. Just so you know, they take turns as to who sells metals that don't exist to themselves and gets caught holding paper shorts for a while. The supply outlook is not great for precious metals, particularly for silver. Yeah, especially since the second largest silver mine in the world in Mexico is going under a strike action and being closed for a while at the moment. Most people don't know it, but the majority of silver is produced as a byproduct of base metal mining. A lot of silver comes from mines where copper and zinc production is primary focus. Copper and zinc prices have been falling this year as the outlook for manufacturing darkens. They may go lower still. There was hope of a strong recovery in China when stringent COVID lockdowns ended several months back. That has not materialized, and the economic outlook there is grim. The German economy has entered a recession with the rest of Europe not far behind. Well, gee, I wonder why. The U.S. will probably be reporting negative GDP growth before year end. If they do, it's only because they have run out of room for fudging the numbers. We've been there for multiple quarters now. Okay, just so you know. Economic weakness will likely hurt the supply of silver as base metal miners scale down production. Falling prices for base metals isn't the only challenge miners are facing, unfortunately. Last week, Newmont Gold halted its operations at Peñasquito mine located in Mexico, one of the largest gold and silver mines in the world. The National Union of Mine and Metal Workers wants the union profit share increased from 10 to 20%. The discouraging part for Newmont management is they agreed to elevate payouts to 10% only a year ago. They really are going to have to do something about the cartels making serious inroads into the mining industry in Mexico. They're not going to be able to function otherwise. Just saying. The problems are bigger in South Africa. The nation is one of the largest precious metal producers in the world, despite years of unrest and deteriorating infrastructure. Those are very polite terms, by the way. Now the country appears to be sliding into the abyss with widespread rioting and vandalism. It's a lot worse than that. Meanwhile, the demand for physical gold and silver is robust. Buying activity for coins, rounds, and bars has been off the charts over the past 3 years, despite a recent low. Investors outside the myopic futures exchanges are buying safe haven assets in response to a myriad of economic and geopolitical threats. Contested elections, social strife, bank failures, rapidly declining confidence in government institutions, metastasizing federal debt, the escalating war in Ukraine, and other influences are expanding the ranks of gold and silver bugs. These influences are not going away anytime soon. The problems are many, and leadership with solutions is essentially non existent. Republicans just hammered out a compromise with Democrats. It wasn't a compromise, it was a sellout. To completely suspend the limit on borrowing and deficit spending until after the next election cycle. Spoiler alert, it's probably going to be permanent. Just saying. The growing ranks of buyers in the bullion markets include central banks around the world, which have been buying gold by the truckload. Last year, central banks added 1,136 tons of gold to their reserves. It was the largest addition in a single year since 1950 and the 13th consecutive year of net buying. According to the 2023 Central Bank Gold Reserve Survey, the trend is expected to continue. COMEX inventories of registered gold and silver are a reflection of what's happening with supply and demand, and stockpiles of both metals have been in a steady decline. The latest report shows 27.1 million ounces of silver available for delivery against future contracts. This is the lowest inventory in decades, with the exception of a period in 2016. The registered gold inventory has fallen from 15.7 million ounces in July to 11.7 million ounces today, a 27% decline. Rising demand and falling supply may not matter in terms of price in the short run, but no investor should assume it is never going to matter. Exactly. It's still on sale, so back up the truck. I got some real beauties this week. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you my real beauties this week.
By the way, in some unpleasant news, a miner was killed in Australia today in an accident
Oh no,
in one of the open pits in the Pilbara.
you did not tell me that. This is a U.S. Constitution round, old iron size from 1973. Beautifully toned, and on the back it has, which you won't be able to see very well, Article 1, Section 10, as in no state shall use anything but gold and silver for the payment of debts. This little beauty is from JBR 999 Recovery Limited. It is a UK round, and it is made from recycled e-waste. And this is a Masonic dollar that says Fiat Lux on one side, and on the other side it says Spixti Sigillum Medicium, with a beautiful set of knights on horseback.
Do you have any idea what he's saying there? I'm not sure what a butterfly spread is. I don't want any on my bread.
I am not sure either. It looks like a stock thing. If it's a stock thing outlier, you got to ask. I think it's Mr. Virtue or Kodak. We've got a couple of. We have a couple of.
It's not Mr. Virtue. It's Lodak.
Lodak, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Lodak. He's not here today.
But yes, I got some very nice rounds this week. Every week, buy some. Okay.
I was scared when you said you were going to show them your pretties.
I'm not on the lawn of the Albino McMansion with a rainbow flag, so they're not seeing the ones under my shirt, dude. Okay? Seriously, if that video was not deep faked, it is really, really, really embarrassing stuff. This is an every week thing. This is an every time you get a paycheck thing. Dollar cost averaging, people, is the perfect investment vehicle for metals. Set aside 1 hour of your salary before taxes. Even 1 hour out of the 40 you work. And every time you get a dang paycheck, go to your local coin shop or go online, though I definitely don't like that option because privacy, you know. Go and find yourself some gold and silver. Unbank thyself, lest thy fiat go poof. Because guess what? It's going to go poof at this rate. Things are looking a little sketchy in the financial world these days. You may or may not have noticed this since the media is being extraordinarily silent on the issue. But amongst other things that the media is not reporting on would be the wars, riots, unrest, and vigilantism in about 70 or 80 countries right now, the water situation in South Africa, the energy situation in all of Europe, the crop situation in a good part of Europe and parts of the United States. That new law in California that says that if you don't actively use your child's pronouns of the day and you happen to be in a custody battle, the parent who does use the pronouns of the day will get the kid. Just so you know. And Fox News has slapped Tucker Carlson with a cease and desist. In case you missed it, one of the very, very few reasons to be anywhere near the Twitterverse is Tucker Carlson has started doing Tucker on Twitter. There have been a couple of little monologues now that just randomly show up at a random time of the day with no formal announcement from our dear friend Tucker Carlson. There have been two that I know of. They're about 10 minutes long, 8-10 minutes long, and they're done from his basement. And he's in his normal clothes. And he's just talking about things. And apparently Fox doesn't like this because whenever Tucker starts talking about things, within a matter of seconds, that little episode of Tucker on Twitter goes viral. And it starts getting thousands and tens of thousands of comments and tens of thousands of retweets and millions of views. And this annoys Fox. Oh dear. Oh, the horror. Oh, the humanity. Anyway, yeah. Tucker has been saying things on Twitter and it's got Fox very, very upset. This does not bother me in the least. I'm very happy to see Tucker, as a matter of fact. I enjoy seeing Tucker. Tucker is doing very well in that regard. In other odd things that have gone on, Call of Duty, Activision video games, had a little problem this week. They ran afoul of the Rainbow Mafia. One of their top influencers made a very simple and what should be an absolutely uncontroversial tweet and had their custom package removed from the storefront for Activision because Activision is busy celebrating Pride Month. And this remark was rude and nasty and totally uncalled for and like hate speech and something, which, by the way, it was not.
It also didn't mention anybody's sexual preference in any way, shape, or form.
All it said was, well, yeah, you need to leave little kids alone. And that's literally all it said. So, a couple of other very, very large influencers in that gaming space removed their products from the Activision store voluntarily in support. And things are getting very, very, very weird, you know? And yeah, Kodak, that is true. Money has been poofing since well before 1971, but 1971 put it in overdrive. Money has been going poof for a long time, but it's going to get worse. It will always get worse, especially with these people involved, okay? That's just the way it is. So, those are just a couple of weird things that have been in the news. And apparently, there's some weird stuff going on with shipping in the Panama Canal because they're having problems with the level of the water in the Panama Canal. So, shipping is getting a little bit bizarre down there. No idea exactly why this is the case, but it's probably climate change. Everything else is climate change.
A lot of the channel runs through a lake. If the water
Yeah.
level is low, that causes
Exactly.
a problem.
So it may well be climate change in this case. It might be climate change. There's no saying it is.
Could it be weather?
And a women's group is planning to spend tens of millions of dollars to boost Kamala's image. I think it's going to take more than tens of millions of dollars to boost Kamala's image. I really do. You know? Just saying.
Bet you they can pay me and they get exactly the same results.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But all kinds of things that are not in the news are elsewhere. In some parts of YouTube, on some parts of Twitter, and in the tinfoil hat community, where there is great discussion this week about the UFOs. In case you missed this one, all of a sudden, out of the blue, for no particular reason, here lately, we have had a whole rash of UFO stories. We've had a whistleblower come out whose whistleblowing was a masterpiece of semantic nullity. And by the way, actual insiders say he's probably full of shit on what he did say, just so you know. And I'm more inclined to believe the insiders on this because something is way off with that whistleblowing dude, okay? And then there was another whistleblowing dude from the five-sided lunatic asylum that let us all know that, yeah, the U.S. government has been sitting on all kinds of classified alien stuff and alien corpses and things. Absolutely. Plenty of them. And then, wouldn't you know it, there was a close encounter of the third kind in, of all places, Las Vegas, Nevada, in Lost Wages. The city that the goddess absolutely loved back when they had decent all-you-can-eat buffets. In Lost Wages, of all places, a spacecraft apparently landed in somebody's backyard. And out of this spacecraft apparently came several, maybe green, maybe gray, 8-foot tall beings with very large eyes that kind of sort of didn't really get caught on any video despite ring cameras and things, There were many frantic calls to 911. Patrick, I had thought of alien blood. I really had.
Whoa.
However,
Maybe.
they'd have to be really little aliens to escape detection or have cloaking devices on their spacecraft. And then the question is, why did they just bleed and take off again? But that's a whole other reason.
Prove it didn't happen.
In the meantime, there was a whole rash of 911 calls, and the cops went to this guy's house after the 911 people decided that he didn't need a wellness check. There might actually be some aliens involved here. And there may or may not have been something that may or may not have been an alien caught on a cop's webcam type uniform thing. And they were apparently on the roof, and then poof, they done disappeared. And in the middle of all this, NASA made a pronouncement. NASA, note, NASA made this pronouncement that due to a series of strange events that may or may not involve solar flares, may or may not involve cyber warfare, may or may not involve other stuff, we may indeed, in fact, do run a serious risk of coincidentally being without internet access, no World Wide Web, for several months, just in time for an election cycle. So, needless to say, our friends in the tinfoil hat community are all over this because this has engendered a great deal of heated debate. We have come to the conclusion that at least 1/3 of the UFO stuff that's out there right now is indeed a PSYOP. The only question at this point is which alphabet agency or agencies from which countries are in charge of said PSYOP. And what are they trying to cover up? So the goddess had a thought. For any of the computer geeks out here on this one, at the same time, we have the AI people that are actually making more and more worried noises about how we really need to regulate and shut down and stop messing with this AI before they decide to kill us all, which the goddesses always thought was a really good idea.
The killing us all or the stopping us?
Stopping the AI. It was not a good idea to get involved in that crap in the first place, okay? So, the goddess happened to think about this. The experts said, well, you should never allow AI to do their own, learn how to code. And they've already broken that rule and taught the AI how to code. And then some other experts said, well, as long as we don't let the AIs talk to each other and, learn from each other, that'll be fine. Well, they're already doing that. And then another dude pointed out, and a lot of dudes actually pointed out, that making sure that the AI never have access to the open internet is the single most important thing you can do to protect the human race from this. Well, of course the AI have access to the open internet. So the goddess has to wonder, could the AI, which are now, by the way, showing a great deal of moral flexibility and the ability to lie really well these days, it's getting kind of scary here. The goddess has to wonder if the AI start communicating amongst each other on shielded back channels. And the AI started using Starlink, otherwise known as Skynet, to talk to each other on these back channels, the invisible ones that us lowly little really ignorant humans don't know about. Is it possible that the AI could shut down the internet except for them? This is now a question the goddess is going to have keeping her up at night. Because There is more to this whole UFO thing happening right now than meets the eye. It is very, very troubling. In the meantime, at least the goddess can say, having purchased a new toilet for the first time ever in my life. The prices on new toilets are absolutely freaking ridiculous, okay? This is just totally and completely ridiculous. I cannot believe that anybody is buying new toilets. Where are all the used toilets going? That's what the goddess wants to know this week. Also, eggs are still only 10 cents an egg for large eggs here in Helena. So, yeah, I'm taking advantage of that shit. And always, if you don't hold it, you don't own it.
Oh. Yeah. Anyhow, you left some silver here. Is this my tip?
No. Mine. So pretty.
Anyhow, so that's the way it is. Indiana Gold Getter Scotty says, right on, Eva. Thanks. Yeah, life is getting. What did you miss? Okay, honey bunny. We'll get to the important stuff that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, you missed the UFOs, honey bunny.
First of all, honey bunny, somewhere around an hour into it or so, started talking about how you make deals on mining claims, what to look for, what not look for, how to structure it with options to radically reduce your risks and potential costs and improve your potential upsides. Also, how to avoid taxes in some cases. Uh, when it comes to the mining thing, it's been precipitating precipitously here. Uh, um, on just about a daily basis in the afternoon. Patrick says, thanks for the tin lady.
Thank you, Patrick.
Well, it's not just the raw ore, honey bunny. If you, let's keep it simple. You've got a river channel, okay? Your property, you own the mineral rights, your claim, and you go out there and you dredge it and you produce gold. It's not taxable until you sell it, okay? And only then does it acquire a definite value, which is why they can't tax it earlier. So rather than converting gold to cash unnecessarily, if you want to defer the taxes, defer the income, things like that, you're not required to report a value earned, okay? Because it doesn't have a definite value. If you sell it today, it's going to be worth different than sell it the day after. So, yeah, but they can steal everything. This is why there's probably quite a few coin and, gold and silver hoards laying around out there because absolutely people can steal it, but not if they can't find it. So people hide stuff, then they die or forget or, go to jail and never get out, these sort of things. So, yes, everyone has to weigh all these options themselves and see how it best fits in with their particular situation in their opinion. It's your life, it's your positives, negatives, and like that. Uh, is bartering considered sale? Yes, Patrick. If, for example, you were to go to a car dealer and they were selling a car for $12,000 and you gave them 6 ounces of gold for that $12,000 car, you have now sold your gold. You have exchanged it for something else of value. There has been a transaction, and that has set the value. That's the key, is you're setting the value. Okay. This is also why, in the case of having someone else refine your metals, let's suppose that, I'll say you're like street tips, okay, and you had a bunch of silver, okay, but it's kind of hard to sell because how does somebody know it's silver? If you don't have enough people who trust you or this or that or the other, then what you may want to do is have it turned into things like this. Now, if you were to take 100 ounces of silver and trade it for 100 ounces of gold at the refiner, you have now established a price because you traded it. On the other hand, if you go to a mint and you say, or a refiner, and you say, look, I've got 100 ounces of doré, okay? I want you to refine that and then stamp it into rounds out of my metal, okay? That's, I want my metal back, but in a form that's a lot easier to sell. That's not a taxable transaction. You will pay them a fee to accomplish that task for you. But the silver that you get back is the same silver that you gave them. Therefore, the
And
silver has not changed
if
hands.
you are running this as a business, if this is part of your business, and that fee you pay to get that metal with that little certificate and serial number and everything is tax deductible.
Yeah, then that fee is, of course, a business expense. Okay. If you trade some of gold for a piece of land, that is taxed. Again, you have now changed the ownership of the metal. You have now, to a certain extent, established a value. Now, suppose you go to Fred, the landowner, and you say, look, you got a nice piece of property there. You're selling it for $250,000. But suppose I give you $10 and 100 ounces of silver or something like that. Again, there's now a transaction. You can't trade it for something of dramatically less value than the free market value of the silver. Okay. If I had 100 ounces of silver and, I said, okay, pay me $2, plus give me something else.
You used to be able to do that before income taxes. A deed might say $10 in gold and other valuables.
Yeah, I understand, little one. So, say, this is where you get into confusion and disagreements. Like, you can tell the IRS, no, it wasn't worth that much of this. In a case like that, if you're going to do it to buy land or a car or whatever, to keep life predictable, it would often be safer to convert it into cash and then use the cash. Okay. On the other hand, your comfort for risk is your comfort for risk. Do what you want to do. Okay. These are the sort of things where, again, it's very, very personal. I only give general theoretical information. It's not advice. I'm not telling you to do one thing or another. I'm saying you need to take a look at it. You need to consider it yourself and with whatever experts you trust and decide what's best for you. Okay. Just like medical care, you know, whatever you think is the best thing is what you should do. And honey bunny, Another question that often comes up is, how much silver should I buy? And how much gold should I buy? By the way, this is not real gold. It's just gold plated. Okay.
Actually, I can answer that one.
But anyhow, so it depends on a number of factors. But this is silver. Current value, about $25 plus whatever premium. If we were to buy this today, they were what, 29 today?
Yeah.
Okay, these were $29 today. Okay. If this was gold, it'd be about 4 ounces and be worth, what would that be? Almost $8,000.
$8,000.
Okay. Now, if you were to take this, you were to take silver, $8,000, divide by 29, it would take 276 ounces of silver to each that. Now, here's the potential problem. How mobile do you want it to be? For example, if you were living in a third world country and you thought you might have to beat feet at any time, then would you rather carry something like this or 276 of these? There's 276 divided by 12 troy ounces to the pound. That would be about 23 pounds. So $40,000 would be roughly as much silver as you could carry. Okay. My general rule is start with silver. Okay. And what I like is to start with is old U.S. silver junk coins. Okay. The pre-1965, wasn't it?
Pre-1964.
Pre-1964 U.S. silver junk coins. Everybody knows exactly how much silver is in there. It's very easy to trade. They come in very small denominations. A dime right now is probably worth around $2. Okay. So if you're making small transactions like buying a dozen eggs, okay, here's a dime or 2 dimes, that sort of thing. It's easy to do. If you have 4 ounces of gold, how do you buy a dozen eggs? The guy may not have change.
This is why you determine your ratio based on your goals.
Okay. Anyhow, let me continue. So you usually start with the U.S. silver coins. Then you can go up and get things like this. Again, this is roughly a $30 bill. Okay. It's not too heavy like that. Once you start getting to quantities that are physically difficult to deal with, whatever that means for you. Okay. I say, if you want to be able to carry it, you're going to want to trade in some silver for some gold so you can carry it. You know, if you want to put some gold in a money belt, something in a money belt, yeah. I say, these are the sort of things that, again, everybody's situation is unique. Okay. So you need to look at what your goals are, what your perceived risks are, and what your plans are. The negative, honey bunny, to buying little, small gold coins, you tend to pay a much higher premium on them. Okay. If you can get them for melt value, works just fine. Not a problem. Again, in that case, it's not only individualized plans, but individualized circumstance. I know someone that last week was at I think it was a yard sale. Might have been an estate sale, but I think it was a yard sale. And they got a proof edition UK Elizabeth 1 ounce gold coin for $22. Okay. I'm not seen to be slanted in favor of the oddity. No kidding. Wow, I'm shocked, Jeff. Okay. So, as I say, there's a variety of options on that. If it's something Yeah. Good evening. Where you're at, yeah, it's probably good afternoon, Hintern. And Eva's youngest son is in your neck of the woods right now, doing his duty, and we appreciate you watching. Um, but exactly, in other places, especially those that have had fairly recent monetary disruptions, they put more value in precious metals than they do here in the United States because we've had a relatively, and I use the term relatively, relatively stable currency for a long time. The changes are predictable and in one direction and like that. Whereas in places like Southeast Asia, Africa, the Middle East, places like these fluctuations can be huge. Suddenly you can be destitute. I recall one instance where somebody who had a financial newsletter was saying early in their life they were um, receiving refugees from South Vietnam after the fall of South Vietnam. And he remembered how one refugee had an entire suitcase full of South Vietnamese money, entire suitcase full of it, utterly worthless toilet paper. Okay. He said, and then another guy had a stash of gold coins with him. He says, now that guy had enough money to start his life over again.
I have seen it in person. I have met Vietnamese boat people that the first thing they did with every penny they had that was spare was they bought freaking gold and silver.
Exactly. And so she's seen people like this personally.
People.
And that's it. When you've been through a trauma, like I imagine Zimbabweans and Venezuelans and stuff like that, they don't like the paper stuff at all. They want the hard stuff.
In Venezuela, they're making great arts and crafts out of it, and they're selling for good money.
So, I say, this is one of the situations where, again, you have to decide: are you tied down to a particular area, so you're not going to be leaving? So mobility isn't that important, and fungibility is more. Well, you might stash a bunch of silver around in different places around your house or homestead or whatever. And link above. I don't see the link above. Okay. Because I presume Jeff, you tried to post it and it won't post. But anyhow, you say, and people of Turkey right now, look at the Ukrainians. I'm sure same thing happens there. This is reliable. Paper is not. You see, in a case like that, honey bunny, you'd be wanting to carry your gold and just a little bit of silver, plus whatever, food, equipment, firearms, etc. that is there. But I mean, $100,000 is a lot of money, and that's what, 50 ounces?
50 ounces of gold
divided by 12. So 4 pounds of gold would be $100,000.
It's about a kilo of gold.
That's something you should be able to carry. $50,000 a kilo is something you should be able to carry. So if one thinks they may have to run, then you would want to go heavy in gold. If you want to have money that you can exchange for things, you want to focus more on the silver, because silver, let's say like an old dime, $2. Okay, well, I can get maybe a hamburger, or 2 dimes will get me a hamburger or whatever. But those, it's much more reasonably sized for common transactions. Okay. So again, you look at what you're thinking and go from there. Okay. So that's what you need to do. But those are the basic principles of these sort of things. And as what's his name? Hintern? As Hintern says, in other countries, it's common. This kind of stuff, vending machines, absolutely. Middle East, I've heard Japan. They had their yen thing a few decades ago. Again, with those places where they've seen their money go poof, as Eva likes to say, yeah, they're very reluctant to say. Look at our banking system right now. How comfortable are you with money in the bank? Okay, might it better
No sane person.
be better to diversify a little bit?
No sane person should be comfortable with a bank.
And again, depending on how bad you think things are going to get, again, you have to go with your beliefs. And so, what seems reasonable to you? Things like food, ammunition, medications, etc. Then you set your priorities. What do you need most firstest? Okay, that's not necessarily a bad idea, honey bunny. It depends on how much cash you may need to purchase things you might really want to have at that particular time. You can also empty your account and just stockpile the cash. Okay.
Yeah, because do bear in mind, people have inordinate faith in fiat debt instruments.
Yeah. So
they spend them even when they have no value at all.
Yeah. So anyhow, that's what you need to look at there. Another thing, honey bunny, we were discussing how the rain has radically affected stuff here in terms of it makes it hard to process the ore. So we've been kind of on a hiatus there. We still got plenty of stuff to do. We need to get up to top of the hill. We may go up there later this week. Exactly, Hintern. What country was it recently? Was it Cyprus? Where the banks closed or something? I know
there have been several. I mean, Libya recently did a bank bail-in. Lebanon has done a bank
wasn't there one in Africa, like Nigeria or something? Congo?
Might have been Nigeria, but Cyprus did a bank bail-in.
Yeah, Hintern was talking Cyprus. I think Cyprus did one just recently. They did one earlier where they basically confiscated 10 or 15% of everyone's accounts.
In a half, there have been over 40 documented bank bail-ins and currency revaluations that the people never knew about. They just revalued currency again for no reason whatsoever in Turkey.
Yeah.
They gave them zero warning.
Hintern brought that up, Turkey.
When our economy crashes, it's going to crash on a Sunday and we'll find out on Monday.
Okay, little one. Yeah, I can understand that, Jeff. A lot of businesses fail because of regulations. Of course they did, Hintern. Just like in the 1930s, the U.S. government made it illegal to hold gold and silver, and you had to turn it all in or risk going to jail.
Holy shit.
Be willing to bet you some people didn't turn it in or didn't turn in all of it.
Wow,
Want to bet?
Crazy.
But processing, haven't got much done this week. We've been working on getting the lab and the mill up and running. The pregnant pond had so much gold in it that we've loaded all our resin cartridges that we have. The cartridges, not the resin. We have a lot of regenerated resin that we could put in cartridges, but we need to start stripping. And so I have got a few things ordered. First of all, a couple more empty cartridges, but also the stuff to bring this stripping circuit up to full production, which is 3 cartridges at a time. And let's see, what percentage were we getting in the Loading factor, little one, 3% max.
Yeah, something around those lines.
Okay, so about 320 times 3 times 0.03. So 3 cartridges loaded to the level of what we were getting last year is almost a full ounce of gold. We shall see what we shall see. But it looks plausible that the pad was still leaching gold over the winter time, or getting rinsed out or something. But the pregnant solution in the pond this spring, once everything melted, seemed to be substantially more concentrated than what we were dealing with at the end of the fall. So that's a pleasant thing. And I say we're bringing all this up to speed, up to snuff, etc. The RC46 still needs a little bit of work. Primary thing is we need to build up and then hard face the housings and then grind them down to where they're back to what they were original spec. And also I need to make a little shim plate to go underneath the toggle support on the jaw crusher. I'm not sure, Chris, because looking at the level of liquid in the pregnant pond after the winter, it looked to me like it had actually gone up some, which is what I would have anticipated, since the rain covers do not cover 100% of the pad because of where the agitation tank goes. I had the covers laid out so it just goes to that point, and it leaves that end 6 to 8 feet uncovered. So it would make sense to me there was some precipitation that wound up working its way under the rain covers. There was also a lot of water on top of the rain covers. Okay, but that seemed to be pretty clean rainwater and snow. I say so. I have no idea what happened, but yeah, it seems to have done a good job over the winter, which is cool. And let's see. That's about it. Tomorrow's supposed to be sunny, so I'll probably be out there. Okay, intern. My wife does most of the fire assaying and smelting and stuff, so I will throw this at her. It says, in your opinion, what are the most important qualities of a cupellation furnace?
Okay, that's my job.
One thing I would say, intern, is make sure it has a bottom that can withstand a spill and capture your gold or whatever, and then can be removed and processed.
Okay, as he said, you want some sort of a tray, some sort of a bottom that is easy to clean up if a crucible goes overboard. This is if you're using your furnace for both assays and cupellation. If you're using it for both smelting, smelting and assaying, and cupellation, because if you're just looking for a cupellation furnace, you want excellent exhaust ventilation, excellent capture of fumes that come out of it, because those fumes are lead, okay, or bismuth in some cases, which is not quite as bad as lead, but it still is not something you want to be breathing anyway. So you want good air control. You want excellent temperature control for cupellation. Mine isn't nearly as good as I'd like for that, but you want to have tight temperature control for cupellation because it minimizes losses and everything comes out right. Okay? If you're using your furnace as more than cupellation. If you're using it for smelting, if you're using it for crucible assays, etc., you want the floor of the furnace to have a tray on it that has a rim so that if something boils over, if a crucible fractures, if a mold gets spilled, if whatever happens, and it does happen, okay, you'll be able to gather up that floor. You'll be able to take that floor piece out, let it cool, and then recover whatever materials died on it. But in general, what you're looking for is a furnace. I vastly prefer front loading furnaces. Okay. I don't care how many load from the top things people show me. I hate the damn things. I vastly prefer a front loading furnace of any kind. I vastly prefer a furnace that is easy to control the temperature on and has accurate temperature control. If I had my way, I would have a gas furnace, but I don't. I have an electric furnace. So, poor me. Someday I'll have a real gas furnace because I much prefer gas over electric as just a personal preference. It's easier for me to work with gas. Some people love electric things, okay? And you want it confined in an area where there is some form of exhaust to capture nasty fumes that may come out of it. You want it sitting in a relatively fireproof area. In both locations, mine is in steel or in fire brick, and it's not any place where it's going to cause a fire. That's basically those are going to be your parameters. Is temperature control, fume control, and spill control when things inevitably blow up, overflow, melt, or other weird things happen. Those are always going to be what you're aiming for. Beyond that, I would like something larger than I have. You know, that little tabletop one, I will say this, the little tabletop one that you see in our videos, I wanted to destroy it when I get a real furnace, but I have now developed a positive affection for this little bugger because despite the ridiculous, ludicrous levels of abuse that it has been subjected to, it's still working.
Well, I've had to do a lot
Bizarre
of
as
work
that
on it.
is, it's he's been able to work on it, which is always a plus. You want something you can work on, and it has managed to survive. So it's been doing well.
Okay. Now, your last question. Yes, in the case of cupellation, what is
Absolutely.
actually happening is the lead is changing to lead oxide, which is then absorbed into the cupel. And in order to make the lead oxide, you need fresh oxygen. So, yeah, you do need to have some method of allowing fresh air.
Yeah.
A couple of other things I would mention. Number one, if all else being equal, it would be nice to have a view window in your
Yeah.
furnace.
If you can find one with a view window, get one with a view window.
Okay, that it is nice to be able to see
This
into it
is the
without
other
opening it.
great plus of using a gas furnace over an electric. Because with a gas furnace, with the modern gas furnaces, and even with the really old school muffle furnaces that are 100 years old, you had ways of controlling the richness or the leanness of the atmosphere. So you could create an oxidizing atmosphere or a reducing atmosphere in there
Which is highly
without
desirable for
having
some
to
things.
leave the door open. Because the problem with leaving your door open, and note, I do that all the time, but I'm good at it. The problem with leaving your door open is things can freeze in the process of accumulation. If your temperature drops just enough that the driving stops, then the lead will freeze over, and that for assay purposes ruins your assay. That's also why you do multiple assays on one thing. Because that way, if one gets messed up, you have others.
Okay. A couple of other things, Hintern. Um, if you're using an electric furnace, make sure that you can replace the elements relatively easily and cheaply.
You take a look.
Now,
If you're going to talk, get your
Chris
butt in
Georgie was very, very helpful to us in terms of this. The wire that you make the elements from is quite inexpensive. Let me look real quickly here and see. Let's see, where is the actual wire? There we go. Vasella Kiln Products, stainless steel tabletop melting furnace, Castmaster Deluxe kit. I'm looking for the actual wire. Yeah, it's not showing up real quick. There we go. Here we go. Resistance wire. Hello. Hit the wrong button. Thankfully, I saved my thing. Stainless steel. Come on. Where was it? Where was it?
Once you find it, you can right click and you should be able to.
I know. That's what I forgot to do is right click. Refractory bricks and tiles. It was funny because I was just about, there we go. No, that's the, okay. Nevertheless, I remember close enough. The actual, if I were to buy heating elements from the manufacturer, as I recall, they were about $90 for a heating element. And these were specifically wound and everything for this particular kiln. Okay. However, as Chris, we ordered a 10-pound roll of Kanthal wire. I think it was $40, which will make us in the neighborhood of 10 heating elements. Okay. And so whenever we have an element go bad, and they do, the particular furnace we bought was relatively inexpensive, relatively decent quality, but not designed for the kind of abuse we've been putting it through. So the elements corrode, they have sagged. Occasionally, we've actually accidentally touched them with a metal implement, which shorted them out and spot welds them too. And say there's various ways the heating elements get destroyed, but I can now replace it for about $4. I wind my own heating elements by just taking a piece of a wooden dowel, putting one screw in it, hooking the wire over that, and then just turning it slowly with an electric drill and feeding the wire. We have videos on this stuff. And we wind our own heating elements for about $4 each. Makes a big difference. We've gone through at least 4 so far in the last year and a half, somewhere around there.
Great.
So look at the difference between $4 and $90 per heating element. Tremendous thing. So if you're going with an electric kiln, make sure that it's possible for you to either they're really durable element, and some of the expensive kilns have very durable elements, but they're very expensive, or make sure you can replace it yourself. Okay. The ability to control the oxygen is important. The ability to control the temperature is important. But that's one of the things. The other thing is, again, the kiln bottom. And again, we have some videos on that too, how to make a bottom for your kiln so that when you make a spill, you don't. Most of the stuff inside those kilns is not designed for the corrosive slags that you have in a either the litharge, so the lead oxide is highly corrosive when molten to most refractories, and also the um, slag that you've got in a crucible smelt is also corrosive. It's designed to dissolve rock, you know, and so say you need some kind of corrosion protection. Um, and aside from that, it depends on your budget. Okay. I also agree for doing what we're doing. I much prefer the front loading to a top loading. If you were doing big quantities, like you were, pouring 10 kilogram bars of something or whatever, like say we're melting copper and then pouring bars, then a top loading would be just fine. Okay. So those are some of the things. Also, if you ever have any questions, just you can comment on one of our videos or you can come on the live stream. I don't know if you've noticed it, Hintern, but the last 30 minutes of this entire show were created by you because you came up with the questions that we're now answering, and everyone else is getting another opportunity to listen to. And that's because you asked the question. So don't be afraid to come here and ask a question about anything that we have expertise on. Also, some of these other folks like Chris and Rock Butcher, etc. Miner Jim there is a professional placer miner. Um, they there's a lot of knowledge in this little forum here. We only have 17 people watching now, but there's some pretty smart people there. Okay, so don't be afraid. The live stream is every Monday at 6 o'clock Montana time. Currently, it's 3 hours into the show. So 3 hours, 11 minutes, 36 seconds. So look at your clock and figure out what time we would normally start. And say, if you have a question about gold mining, silver mining, placer gold mining, hard rock gold mining, or smelting or whatever, ask. If we don't know, somebody here may very well know. And if we don't, we can probably tell you where to look. So um, that's the thing. The other thing is the focus of this forum is small scale stuff. Okay. If it was a big mining company and you asked that same question, it'd be a real simple answer. That $40,000 furnace over there, you know? But for ordinary people on ordinary budgets, that's what we focus on so that you can accomplish things at a reasonable cost with a reasonable level of effort. And the other thing we try and focus on is to do the things in the proper sequence to minimize your risk and maximize your benefit. If you're not familiar, intern, gold mining, especially micro scale gold mining, is a high risk venture. More than, 99 out of 100 prospects you look at are not going to work out well. Okay. They're just not going to have the proper. So one of the things we do is we teach you how to look at a situation and decide whether it looks like a reasonable risk and what more information do you know to define that. Okay. We're going to be doing some of that here in the next couple of weeks, going to a brand new area and starting from the beginning. Okay. Patrick says, Keith, is your ore a refractory ore or an oxide? Okay, the particular ore that we've been processing for the last year and we're currently working on is an oxide ore. It is not refractory from a chemical standpoint. It is refractory from the standpoint that gravity and flotation simply don't work on it because the gold particles are too small. So by the technical term of refractory, it is a refractory ore, but it's not because of any chemistry or crystal locking or whatever. Okay. And so it just, because the extremely small size of the gold, 4 times smaller than talcum powder, we got to dissolve it. How is the heat controlled in the electric furnace? Okay. The
thermostat.
The furnace comes with a controller. The controller syncs in with a thermocouple sensor. It's a temperature sensor. And it is measuring the temperature inside the kiln with the thermocouple. And then that controller says, is this at or below my set temperature? You know, and by changing the temperature settings and profiles and things like that, this particular controller we have can do a temperature profile. You can say, I want you to start at 500 degrees and take it to 1500 degrees, and I want to do that over 30 minutes. And it will do that. It will keep changing the temperature on a continuous basis. Okay. It's a little bit more of a pain in the ass than just to set it. You know, what temperature do you want right now, sort of thing. The methodology they use is not intuitively obvious to me, but that's,
you're not alone in that.
Yeah, I had to write up a set of instructions just so we could understand what we were doing. But all it does, it turns the elements on and off depending upon whether you are at the set temperature or above it. If you're at or above it, it turns it off. If you're below it, it turns the elements on. The elements themselves are just a length of resistance wire, and that length is 19 feet. With a particular wire we're using and the voltage we're using and the current we're delivering and this, that, and the other, that's what it works out. 19 feet, 10 ohms. Okay. You're welcome, Portland Chemsky. And it's a very simple system. It's just on off, but the on off is by a microprocessor controller.
And actually, I don't even use the thermostat.
Yeah, she just uses it manually. Blind dude, yeah. In a similar way, it's an on-off situation. I have never used a sluice goose gold drop to recover flour gold from anything. Okay. I've used a variety of methods to recover gold down to about 500 mesh. The particular gold that we're dealing with here is more like 2,500 mesh. And therefore, it simply, there's no known technology I'm aware of that will do it gravity. But it works real well with chemistry. The smaller it is, the faster it dissolves. So we're using a non-toxic leachant. Unfortunately, it's a relatively new material, and therefore we have to learn a lot ourselves. So it's been very interesting, but it would have been less stressful if it was a little more boring. You know, the industry standard for well over a century has been sodium cyanide. There's an enormous amount of information on that, not Eco Goldex. Yeah. I think that's basically an elutriation type column. Yeah, it's an elutriation column, and it should be able to recover down into the sub 100 mesh, I would think. The other thing that's important with an elutriation column is that the whole feed be sized pretty well. You don't want gold that's 1/100th the size of the rocks. You want it down within a factor of 10. Like if you're running 100 mesh feed, you should be able to recover down to probably 400 or 500 mesh gold. Okay. But again, the question is, you got to screen the sizes so that you're not trying to recover small gold from big rocks. That is not going to work at. And by big rocks, the gold drop, it's yeah, it's going to be like 20 mesh or smaller. Okay, and as Chris says, they don't have a lot of throughput, as we call it. How much can you put through it in a particular time? Okay. And Blind Dude, are you sure they were gold, or could they have been biotite mica? You know, and or it could have also been chalcopyrite. Both of those can look pretty gold. Sweet gold, sweet Blind Dude. Where did that rock come from? You got more of it? Um, let's see. I was going to say something. I have a gravity gold separator, works down to about 500 mesh and will run about 200 pounds an hour. And that's not horribly complicated. I haven't drawn up plans for it and haven't got it in production. Although there's a chance that Mining Magnets might be putting this in production, you know, and so I know it can be done down to 500 mesh. So ours is just a whole lot smaller than that, which is why we're using the solution. It is a pain in the butt. Oh, and that's the other thing I was thinking of. Our visitor from Korea, Hintern, if you're still here, another thing, if you're doing cupellation on, just a refined gold or whatever, as opposed to assay gold, you can use a crucible with Portland cement in it also. That will also suck the lead oxide liquid into it. We've been doing that in a test method. We use our furnace for both assaying and smelting and refining. Okay. And when we're just smelting and refining, then we don't have to have extreme precision. And that's why we are using the Portland cement. It's a lot cheaper. Okay. I'm glad to help, intern. That's what we like to do here. What was that thing you said Mining Magnets might produce? Okay, Jeff. I call it the trip concentrator because I developed it starting with an idea that I got from Prospector Trip. And it's a good method of recovering fine gold from a system that does not have a lot of other really heavy stuff in it. I don't know how well it would work on, say, a feed that has a lot of iron oxides or something like that. But it did a pretty good job. I was getting like 85% recoveries with it. So it's good, but we'll have to, work on that with Mining Magnets there. The other thing I think he's currently producing the bucket splitter, or his version of the bucket splitter, which I think is an improvement on mine from a manufacturing standpoint. And I think that I'm really happy with the design that he came up with. Some changes, and then I told him some modifications to that. And so presumably his current production stuff is a nice bucket splitter. Okay. And so the collaboration worked well. And I don't have time to do a lot of fabricating, but I'd say that's something that we're looking at maybe sometime in the future, going with that. I mean, this trip concentrator, it's simple enough to be made in the field in a third world country. Okay.
And very compact, but with a good throughput.
And relatively inexpensive, good throughput, good recoveries. If it's gravity recoverable gold and if it's fully liberated. That's ours. Yeah, Graham, if you got a lot of magnetics in your material that tend to plug up your riffles, you might check mining magnets out. He's got some devices which remove the magnetics from your stream pretty effectively. He came over when I was in Tucson, and he used his device on it's called the roly poly, with some concentrates I got from the um, trip concentrator, and he did a very good recovery of the magnetics without getting hardly any gold into the magnetics.
And his newest
So
one
we got
that
a
he sent you
great
is freaking
separation.
amazing.
And yeah, there's a video from a few months ago of his latest iteration of this, and it was really cool. Okay. Yeah, I agree, Jeff. I really like Coulter. Yeah, he seems like a nice guy. He called me up the other day out of the blue, said, I've made some of those um bucket splitters and sold them. So how do I get you the money for, my cut? And, you know, I didn't know how many he'd made. Yeah. But yeah, check it out, Graham. He makes some well thought out stuff, in my opinion. The guy's got a pretty good head on his shoulders, and he's not perfect by any means, but he's pretty easy to work with. And he uh, thinks for himself too. Didn't I do a demo on that? Yeah, the one the roly poly. Yeah, yeah, I did that um, on in it was at Lauren's shop during the winter. Yeah, he um, Coulter sent me. He asked me about the bucket splitter, and I sent him some plans, and then he sent me back his prototype, and I tested it and came up with a couple of suggestions. Some of them were just really obvious to me, but because he'd never used a splitter before, it wasn't necessarily obvious to him. And we've actually used that splitter now on some samples. I made I repositioned a few of the threaded rods so that they weren't in the way of material flows, and it seemed to work just fine on what we were doing. It's a I say I like it's stout, it's simple, and it comes apart and folds flat. You take the threaded rods, take them out, and it folds flat for shipping. So, really happy with what he did there, and yeah, I like Coulter and get a good feel from him. He seems honest, sincere, and a thoughtful person. So yeah, if you're looking for a magnetic separator, check out his roly poly. Um, you know, it's not bad at all, and quite reasonably priced. I forget what was that whole setup. I think he said $150. I think it was.
Like that.
I think it was $150. Might have been 250, but no more than 250. With it had a hopper and a feeder and everything.
Oh, it's an excellent little device.
And yeah, let's say he does a really good job on that for a small scale operator. If he had need for something bigger, he might be able to put that together too. Is it like a spin it off? I think I know what you're talking about. The basic roly poly would be very similar to something like that. However, once he puts it in a housing and such, um, you could take either dry or thoroughly wet uh, magnetic cons and run it through his machine, and it will send the magnetics one direction and everything else another direction.
Say really, really cool to watch.
We were using it dry in Lauren's shop last year, and it worked just fine. And again, he now makes it with a hopper and a feeder and stuff. Let me see if I can find the video for that.
It was really cool to watch.
Let's see. Should be able to find it fairly quickly. Oh, come on, idiot. Where's the more? Okay, we're got to hit this, I guess. Get those out of my way. Come down here. Using materials can get very expensive. Ah, there we go. So this is the one here. And Control C. Flipping over here back to you. Control V. And there's the link to my video that shows it, Graham. So it's also discussing a few other basic principles, but it's used in the video both to demonstrate principles and to show the machine itself to test it out. So I say that's a very useful video to look at, Graham. Let's see. You're welcome, Graham. Any other questions anywhere? How's life treating you, honey bunny? Oh, you're always busy and stuff. It hasn't been a slow week. It's just been a... What is this? I don't know. Let me see. I think I can hit this link and it'll call something else up. Yeah. Let's see. Well, it looks like some kind of sulfide, maybe. It could be gold in the little flaky sections, but it can also be oxidation and a film. Doesn't look like gold to me, the shiny yellow stuff. This is kind of pretty looking stuff. It's kind of a bluish green, but I think that looks like it's quite reflective. And
screen that for me.
Just a minute, little one. Okay. I don't know what that stuff is.
That is pretty.
Anyone else got an idea on that one? Come on. I really don't know, blind dude. It looks like some kind of a bluish green sulfide.
It's really pretty.
And the yellow stuff, in many cases, I think looks like it's more of telluride. I don't know. Chris, have you looked at that little video that blind dude just posted there? Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, it looks almost like an artificial substance too. I never seen anything like that in the field. That kind of odd blue-green color. Bismuth looks kind of sort of like that,
More rainbowy.
but I say it may be somebody was using bismuth as a collector metal and got some interesting colors and effects. No, that had sharp surfaces. Amalgam is more of a thick paste. Um, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It looks like a chunk of slag. I wouldn't say amalgam. I say amalgam doesn't have those sharp fracture lines and stuff. That has fracture lines, sharp corners, stuff like that. It might be an alloy with silver, but I don't know. Say it's definitely odd. What do you know about it, Chris? Was that something you've got, or was that, something you saw somewhere and were just curious about? I really don't know. You could also try a streak test on it. He found it in his pan.
Like,
Among several lead pellets. Try something called a streak test, blind dude. I have a streak plate here. Okay. It's just an unglazed ceramic plate. And for example, you take your mineral and just, it's like, we'll sit there and do a streak on it. This stuff is, wow, this is some hard stuff.
yeah.
Man, it actually scratched the ceramic. Wow. Here's a piece of, this is dark brown. Yeah. Bottom of a coffee cup. Yep. See that this is an iron mineral here. Maybe not. It's streaking gray.
Really?
Yeah. See, I would have thought that was iron. And it should streak brown.
Yeah.
It looks like it's
Iron
from.
should streak red to brown.
Yeah.
Depending on the variety.
Yeah. Now there's your typical iron type streak. Little brown streaks there. That black streak, see, using a streak plate can be very diagnostic. You can have two things that look similar, but when you run them over the streak plate, they'll give you a different color streak. And
you can also do a scratch test on it to see if it's malleable or it fractures.
Yeah. You could also see if you could like break a little chunk off without making it too much meth, and then heat it to a red heat and see what happens. If it's a sulfide or whatever, it'll break down. If you try and break some off and it doesn't break off, as Honey Bunny says, it just is malleable, then you got some kind of metal there. It doesn't look like metal to me. It looks brittle. Gold, silver, zinc. Yeah, I'd say it looks to me like some kind of sulfide, but I'm not sure what. But if you, let's say, run a streak on it and then also try and break off a little chunk and heat it to red heat in good ventilation, yeah, I agree. It looks very interesting. Blind dude, do you have a geology department at a college or university anywhere nearby? I don't know, Hintern. Molybdenum disulfide is black. But yeah, blind dude, see if you can take it to a geology department. And what you're looking for is a mineralogist. And, a geologist is better than nobody. But if they got someone who's a mineralogist, that's the person. You can also see, depending upon where you're at, you may have a state office that has those kinds of people. Like right now, I could go to Butte and talk to the people at the Montana Bureau of Mines and Mineral Resources and probably get a skilled mineralogist to look at it, you know, that sort of thing. Because, yeah, say somebody who really knows his stuff should be able. Socorro, yeah, that's possible. Yeah, New Mexico Tech. Yeah, call ahead, see if you can set up an appointment with a mineralogist.
Good Lord.
You know?
Will you look at that?
Now, of course, where you're at too, they have a lot of mine. That could be a piece of slag. The physical shape and fracturing and stuff, that looks very consistent with a chunk of slag. The color sure doesn't. But I can't tell you anything on that for sure. But it might be a chunk of slag from a smeltering operation. What little one?
That is Dylan at the Tonys.
Dylan Mulvaney?
Rocking his new look.
Sweet. Looks
He
pretty
looks
classic.
like freaking Barbie without tits.
Yep.
It's amazing what good makeup artists can do. His MUA team must be top dollar. Ooh.
That could be, honey bunny.
That's just
I would, if you can have someone look at it, it may be an unusual mineral. I don't know. It's probably not, kind of by definition. Unusual minerals tend to be unusual, but it looks brittle to me. I think if you squeeze it with channel locks, it will shatter. So it's going to be a destructive, test. Yeah, I wouldn't crush it to start with. Streak test is not very destructive, but yeah, if you can zip on over to New Mexico Tech and have a good mineralogist look at it, yeah, they with any luck they should be able to go, yep, I know what that is, but I do not. Okay, I do not. Very interesting. Oh, thank you. A lot of times it's not that I'm so smart, I just know who to ask the question of.
I mean, that's a gorgeous dress.
Could easy be, honey bunny. Or they used to use lead for Babbitt bearings and stuff too. Hoping to have some native silver. That would be sweet. Chris, what will dissolve silver but not solder? I know the nitric will dissolve the silver, but is there something that'll dissolve one but not the other? Is the question. Yeah, it's not that far to Socorro. What, 2-3 hour drive, blind dude? I think you've got a direct run from Silver City. You don't have to go south the freeway. I think you can just angle right across there, if I recall correctly. $5 hours? Wow. No, save it until you're headed that direction for some other reason then. Solder, if it has no silver in it, will dissolve in hydrochloric. I'm thinking, yeah, but it you didn't find it in a stream. You found it in a well, honey bunny. I'm not sure. Would hydrochloric dissolve metallic silver, or would it become self-protective? Chris? Yeah, you could also heat it gently too. If it was solder, it would melt well below below the melting point of silver. If it was lead, it would do too. Uh, Tin should. Zinc, I'm pretty sure, would also melt below the melting point of silver. You may just heat it, see what temperature it melts at. No solder allowed on potable. Yeah, that's true. Well, they do make a special solder for it. It's a non-lead solder. Well, there's things like arsenal pyrite that it doesn't take much to get in your lungs to do bad things. Yeah, just make sure you got, a breeze blowing from behind and things like that. Just assume that the fumes are deadly until proven otherwise. The lead-free solder is not allowed in Arkansas, Honey Bunny? Okay, that's good. Since you're in Silver City, you may be able to find one closer than Socorro, too. You had a lot of mining there. Are both those big pits open still? Blind dude? See, there was what? Chino and Tyrone? Maybe mistaken. What were those two big pits over there by Silver City? Or was it just one big pit? Yes, Tyrone and Santa Rita Chino. Okay. Yeah, see, you got a lot of mining there, so you may have someone that you can, uh, talk to pretty easily. Solder's not allowed in wells where humans can drink from it. Okay. Say, because they solder pipes with something called lead-free solder that, supposedly is safe. But yeah, blind dude. Yeah, you should. If you don't know someone, you should be able to know someone who knows someone. If you guys have a community college nearby, that's likely that one of the geologists that works for the mines teaches classes there too. So, yeah, I mean, you don't need to know anything if you can always figure out who does know something who's willing to talk. That's almost as good. Oh, it is. It's also weird to see how much people, just what you would call common knowledge has been lost. No, we're never able to verify that, intern, um, because it was a pretty low probability of anything of value. The claim owner was not interested in spending money doing more research on that, which I think was the right call. But yeah, in my opinion, that mail order claim is simply some guy either looking on maps or um, satellite photos, saw an old mine, staked a claim on it, and then put it on the internet to sell it. There's a lot of that happens, intern. There's a lot of people who make no money mining ever. They just stake old mines and sell them as mining claims. And I have seen several instances where that has happened, that in at least some cases, the information posted online about the claim that the the new claim owner referred me to was at best wildly misleading and most likely a deliberate deceit. Okay. For obvious legal reasons, I don't go into much more details than this, but I mean, in one case, for example, there was a person standing next to a vein underground saying, imagine how much gold there must be in this vein here. And it's like, I don't have to imagine. I sampled that exact vein and there wasn't crap, you know? So, I say, there are people who have no scruples and who figure that nobody's going to spend $50,000 or $100,000 to sue them over a $10,000 claim. So, plus they, they do it all under LLCs or corporations or things like this. So even if you sue them, you're not going to get probably a settlement. You couldn't even collect on it. They'll just declare bankruptcy, whatever. It really disgusts me. Okay. If you're that motivated, if you're that smart, try making your money honestly. Come on. I dislike thieves. I dislike liars. Okay. So I say that is very common, intern. Way more common than I'd like it to be over here. Gold mining scams. Okay. And it's usually gold or silver mining because nothing else is valuable enough to convince somebody that, wow, this thing's platinum. I also ran into a platinum scam once. And there are certain things that really, get an experienced person saying, okay, something's wrong there. The latest one was somebody was saying that there was the X-ray fluorescence spectrophotometer, XRF, gave a negative platinum reading because it was a different isotope of platinum. Is that the one where he was hand panning, blind dude? I saw the hand panning part, but I never watched it to the end. He was panning that creek. And he's not an idiot. That guy knows what he's doing to a great extent, yes, intern. Exactly. But I have, when you hear stuff, some of the things to look out for. First of all, if they don't want you to take your own samples, walk away immediately. Don't even bother thinking about it. There was some guy called me from Seattle one time. Still owes me a steak dinner. Never been to Seattle. And I forget his name anyway. But he called me up to ask, what do I need to look for in a gold mining claim? Some guy wants to, I want to buy a gold mining claim. This guy's got one for sale. What do I need to look for? And I said, well, first of all, you need to look for something else to do with your money if you don't even know enough to know what to look for. Okay. And I told him, first thing is you have to take your own samples. Never trust anybody else's paperwork or whatever. If it's a big mining company, yeah, you can have a lot more faith. You still take your own damn samples. Okay. Confirm everything. And so when this guy called them back and said, is there any place I can get to the vein to take samples? The guy got all mad. I can tell you're not serious, and hung up on him. And the guy I was talking to said, thanks for saving me $9,000 because he realized if that guy's upset because I just want to confirm what he's telling me, he knows he's lying. Okay. And I say it's one of those things. I have seen a lot more fraudulent claims sold to people than good ones. Okay, honestly.
I'm getting hungry.
You got your stuff in the fridge still, little one, right?
No, I ate my
You ate your stuff.
sloppy Joe.
You ate your sloppy joes, huh?
Yeah, hours ago.
I can make some hamburgers pretty easy. What else? Our refrigerator's down, so our food's in a refrigerator downstairs right now. Um,
Well, we could throw together the gravy stuff real quick.
well, I can't do it real quick. It'll take a half an hour or more.
Yeah.
We got eggs in there. You can make egg sandwiches.
Yeah.
Try your egg rings. You never used those yet.
No, I didn't use my egg rings yet because I can't eat an egg sandwich. Hello?
Yeah, you got to go scrambled for right now, yeah?
Yeah. And we don't have an egg poacher to make poached eggs.
I don't. I just put them in water. Um,
Wow, $5.2 billion in cargo stuck off West Coast ports in trucking container bottleneck.
Sloppy Joe is your CB handle from the 70s, huh? Okay. So, anyhow, I say, be aware if somebody's trying to sell you a gold claim, it's probably a scam. Okay. I mean, as in greater than 50-50. Whether it's a deliberate scam or the guy just has no idea what he's doing, doesn't really matter. If there's not the slightest bit of truth to the assertions, it's kind of a scam. But yeah, most of those claims are not good mines. Now, you can have a situation where somebody is selling a patented mining claim, which is essentially private property. And in fact, it may have good value as private property. You know, I want to build a cabin there. Well, if the legal situation is such that you can, that's a good reason to buy something. Somebody I know around here says he knows a place where there's a darn good mine and somebody built their damn house on it and they don't want to tear up the house. So it's just going to sit there. You know. Oh, well. Certainly, honey bunny. Manwich isn't bad as just a sauce. It depends on how you add a few things to it. As a matter of fact, that's what we had last night and today. I cooked up a bunch of hamburger, made a what you might call a dry meal. I mean, what would you say there was at least 2 pounds of beef?
Yeah.
That was a 5-pound chub, right?
Yeah.
So maybe 2.5 pounds of beef and some onions and some shredded cheese. I mean, I cooked the beef, the onions first, drained it, put in the manwich, some garlic powder, some seasoning, some shredded cheese, and mixed it all up and everything, and that tasted pretty good. Okay.
Good grief.
Yeah, I understand, blind dude, but it's not a bad flavor combo for a sauce. We use it a lot in the field. We've got we've got meatballs marinara that we canned ourselves, but what's the other sauce? Alfredo. We got Alfredo sauce. We've got chicken gravy. We got beef gravy. We got the manwich. We got green enchilada sauce. And so we can take our canned meat products and mix and match with a, some kind of sauce.
Throw in cauliflower rice.
Yeah, cauliflower rice too. This is what we call meat mix here. Beef, some vegetables, ground beef, and some beef bouillon and such. Take this out in the field, pour it in a pan, get it hot, drain it, and throw some, varieties. I mean, this will work good with beef gravy. It'll work good with marinara sauce. It'll work good with Alfredo sauce. It'll work good with manwich, all kinds of stuff. And then typically, one of these will feed me and Eva for dinner. And then there'll often be a little bit left over, which in the morning I'll just mix with some eggs and turn it into a scramble. Wow, that's pretty serious money there, Hintern. Right now, the ground beef at Winco is running how much a pound, little one?
A little over $3 a pound.
A little over $3 a pound. Although we bought what they call carnitas, it's chunks of pork, very lean. And
bits and pieces of pork from cutting roasts and stuff.
Yeah, I say little kind of oddball chunks left over. It tastes very good, and it was $2 or $1.79.
It was $1.89.
$1.89 a pound, $1.79 a pound, something like that. Okay, so that's going to be dinner tomorrow. I'll bake those, and they're going to taste real good, and it's cheap. Okay, let's see. What's this, blind dude? Let me see what we got here. Oh, Mexican food, yeah. Looks good. Tamale. Yep. So, anyhow, we eat good food when we're out in the field. I'll also typically take over a loaf of low carb bread, has less than 1 gram of carbs per slice. My wife needs to have a low carb diet, and so
you eat a low carb diet.
I make low carb French toast. We start with low carb bread, and the batter is mostly eggs and cream with some vanilla, some spices, and maybe a little bit of wheat gluten or something like that to adjust the flavor a tiny bit, and dip it and fry those up. And so we got kind of a sweet dessert-like stuff. It also goes good. I'll typically take and make a bunch of hamburgers and refrigerate those, and then a hamburger between 2 slices of French toast. That's a nice little quick snack of a lunch. I work hard when we're out in the field, and I got a lot of stuff to do, so I don't want to take a lot of time cooking. I don't want to use a lot of energy cooking. I don't feel like it. So stuff like this makes tasty food easy and quick. And that's kind of what we do. And by canning our own food, Hintern, that jar gets reused. What are the lids, like about 25 cents each?
These days the lids are about 35 cents each.
Okay, so you need a new lid every time, and aside from that, you got to spend time preparing it, etc. But if you were to, we have beef and pork, actual beef, pork, chicken with vegetables and stuff, that would typically cost you like $3 for a can. Let me show you about the size of the can here.
ounces.
So here is chunk chicken breast. And what was the price on this stuff nowadays, little one?
It's like $2.79 for 10 ounces.
Okay, so this is almost $3 for this container here. And
one of those jars will hold 3 of those.
One there. Turkey stew. And here is pork and vegetables. And this whole jar. How many pounds of pork would you say is in there, little one?
We generally aim for just under 2 pounds of meat.
Okay.
Generally aim for 30
So
ounces of meat.
this is about $5. This is $3. In my opinion, this also tastes a lot better.
Yeah, and for the price of chicken breast here, we can make a can of chicken breast. We can make a jar of chicken breast for under $6.
Yeah.
That tastes much better than that little can.
So we make better flavor. We know exactly what's in it. We can add a few things, get the flavor to our taste at a fraction of the price of commercially canned stuff. So we have a lot of this stuff for the apocalypse, so to speak. But during the summer, when we're in the field, we'll eat about 1 jar per day that we're in the field. And so then during the winter, we see what's on sale and can some up. So that's kind of how we handle eating in the field and keeping emergency food supplies on hand. Well, it's getting to be about that time. Yeah, there you go, Chris. Got to use it up. I say that's a nice thing. We at least have not just an excuse, but a need to use it up so that we can get that done. Have you ever thought of making cooking videos?
Yeah.
Not me. I think
about it now and then.
Eva says she does now and then. If you guys would like me to, do things like on the low carb foods that we make that are a little unusual, like low carb French toast, let me know. I'll be happy to do that. I don't know if you people have noticed, but if a video of mine has a number on it, that means it's a mining video. If it doesn't have a number on it, it's something else, typically like fishing, or we took a trip to Glacier or something like that. Okay, I'll try and remember to make one on the low carb French toast. It actually tastes pretty darn good. Okay, and it lasts reasonably well. It lasts in an ice chest for 4 days, no problem. And yeah, it's a nice little snack food. I really like it. I'm glad I came up with that. Eva will say, because of her low carb diet, and recently she had some dental work done. They're going to be taking the impressions for the dentures Thursday. What's that? 3 days from now. And so she's had very limited ability to chew. And so she asked me the other day, was that enchilada casserole stuff I made?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'd made enchilada casserole before, which had tortillas in it and stuff. And I, just really finely chopped everything up afterwards. And, she said, could you make enchilada casserole without that? I said, sure. So, take hamburger and veggies and the green chili sauce and this and that and the other, and made a nice enchilada casserole that she loved.
We should make a video of the enchilada casserole, of the meat mix casseroles we've been making.
Okay. Say we can focus a little bit more on that. Sure. Because one of the things that makes life better in the field is good food, but you don't want to have to spend a lot of effort doing it because you're tired.
Yeah, and the French toast trick will work with regular French toast too, you know.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just one of those things that I naturally like to solve problems. I'm an inventor. And if I have to invent a new French toast so that my wife, who I care very much about, can eat something sweet and I can eat something sweet, and yet it doesn't have carbs in it, you know, that's great. And we can go out there in the field and work all day and have good food without like that. I agree. It's a lot more humid this year up here, Blindside, too. Cool? Yeah, no problem. Currently, it's 62 degrees. I think it topped out in the low 70s today. So far, now when I was screening out there at Montana Bee, that was kind of warm, but not terribly. I mean, it was the sun. Okay. When you're doing backpacking trips, Chris, the weight is so critical that freeze drying or dehydration is really important. Not so much in the desert because then you got to carry the water too. But with the minor bago and weight not being important, then easy to prepare is a priority as far as I'm concerned. You know, and I like to eat good tasting food, just the way I am. So anyhow, well, speaking of food, I probably ought to make something for my lovely wife before she gets. I'm a little hungry too, but I don't have tooth problems right now, so no problem. So I probably better call it. But okay, I'll take that in mind and see. I'll try and make the thing on the French toast this next trip. Yeah, Chris. Say when you're on a backpacking trip in the Sierras or something like that, you're welcome, Patrick. Where you've got access to water, you know, you're going to want to boil it anyway. So you just dip out some water, the right amount, get it boiling, throw your stuff in. Works great. There's no running water out there by Montana Bee. There's no running water, you know, there's no water out there in the desert, you know. Thank you for visiting, Hintern. And again, if you ever have any questions or whatever, just let us know. We'll do what we can to help you out. Eva Hintern says, thank you so much for your efforts and attention. I wish you both a good evening.
Thank you.
And
Come back again.
You have a good day too, Hintern. Well, I think I'm going to call it a night. I'm starting to get a little bit. Yeah, same time next week. We schedule all our field work around the a couple of things, but one of them is the live stream. Okay. And so, yeah, we do this all the time. Okay, everyone. It was a fun stream. I liked all the questions. Thank you, Hintern. That was nice, and Graham and everything else. I like all those questions because it's hard to just keep up a monologue. But I'm pretty easy when I get a trigger, you know. All righty. So I'm going to call it a day, and happy prospecting, and keep it safe out there. Yeah, it can be pretty bad, Chris.